What's going on, people? We are Tottenham TV, and yeah, I guess you know we haven't been around of late, and you would have seen by now the social media posts about my grandpa. Unfortunately, it's with a heavy heart that we have to say that he has passed away. As you can see, we've brought his t-shirt in. Fucking love Grandad. He was a guy that was, you know, adored by a lot of you guys out there. Many of you guys probably liked him a lot more than us. You know, have been around on the channel since the very beginning. And yeah, guys, it is a really hard one. And obviously it was the funeral yesterday, and we've just been blown away by the amount of you guys that have sent messages of support, sent messages about Grandpa. I mean, just to give you the sheer numbers of it, just to show you what an impact he made on a lot of people's lives, just in the Tottenham community, let alone everything outside of it. Instagram, 5,000 likes, 400 comments. X, 4,000 likes, 500 comments. Facebook, 700 likes, 200 comments. YouTube, 3,000 likes, 700 comments, which is a grand total of 13,000 likes and 1,800 comments. So the Tottenham community, the We Are Tottenham army, have really pulled through and got together and shown us such love, shown Grandpa such love, and the love that, you know, that he's really deserved. And
it's the love that he's always spread, that positivity.
Absolutely.
And I just want to say as well, the family, they wanted me to say that they've just been so unbelievably moved by just the messages of love and support that all the fans, all you out there, have been sending through. The community has been unbelievable over the past 24 hours after hearing this news, and some of the messages, the stories of how people got introduced to Grandpa and how they've really been touched by him during his time on the channel, and you know, how he's expressed himself and how people have taken to that. The family have been it's really helped them during this very, very difficult time for everyone. And yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for all those messages that you've given to us. It's been really, really mind-blowing, and it's been incredible. I know my grandpa, he saw a lot of the messages when you know, he was sick, and you were sending them through, and it meant a lot to him. It meant so much to him, knowing that there was so much love and support out there for him. And it's something that I know right now he'll be looking down and he'll deeply appreciate. And actually, yeah, my grandpa was such an amazing person. I'm going to miss him every day. The most empathetic, loving, positive, I think that came through on the videos that we had together. And he was there from day one. I think on the first video on the channel, he was there, and I think people fell in love with him straight away and saw why we as a family were so in love with him, and that came through. And he always wanted to spread his positivity, no matter the result, no matter the circumstance. And that was something that was only a little bit of what you saw in the videos, which is what he was like throughout his whole life. And that's the reality. He was always like that as a person, not just with football, but with family, with business, with life, with relationships. Always looking for positives, always looking for ways forward, always looking for how to improve things. And that was just his nature. And I think it's amazing the amount of people who have really understood that, I think, looking at the messages that have come through. And it's a beautiful thing. It really is such a beautiful thing. And yeah, I just want to say thank you for everyone for their support at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't put it better myself. He was a guy that was just loved universally by everyone that he came in contact with. And, you know, just yesterday at the funeral, just seeing how many people were there, you know, and you know, hardly, well, pretty much no one from the Tottenham community there. We were talking about hundreds of people that were at his funeral yesterday, and it's just, you know, just a testament to him, of how much, you know, how many lives he touched and how many lives he helped. And he was always there to give a helping hand, and always there to offer his words of wisdom, words of advice. And he never shirked away from that. I mean, there was probably only one time in my life where he was actually speechless and didn't know what to say. And that was back in, I was about 7-8 years old on the terraces at White Hart Lane. And you know how fans can be to referees and everything like that. And so the fans were singing, "The referee's a wanker, the referee's a wanker." And I turned around to him and I go, quite innocently, and I go, "Grandpa, what's a wanker?" And he turned around to me, he goes, "I think you better ask your dad." So, I mean, that was probably the only time that he was pretty much speechless, but he always knew the right thing to say at the right time.
He had a way with words.
Yeah, definitely. And just a way with helping people. And yeah, we're going to miss him dearly. I think you could see what our kind of relationship was with him throughout, you know, the last 7 years, 8 years of making content. So I don't think it's just us that's going to miss him. I think, you know, obviously the whole family, that goes without saying, but I think a lot of people watching us throughout the years are going to miss him too, and the positive impact that he had on all the videos that he came across. So, and
he was the channel's #1 fan.
Yeah,
he absolutely was from day one.
So proud.
He was. He couldn't have been prouder with the community that we've built and the platform that we have. And he was always so supportive of it from the first day. He always wanted to be involved. He always wanted to be a part of it. And that was always something that made this whole thing so special to us. The fact that we had our grandpa there that we love so very much, and he always wanted to be a big part of it. And he became the star of the show, especially at the beginning. He was the person that probably helped this channel grow more than anyone near the start, because people really just fell in love with his infectious positivity and his infectious nature. And I think people just really related to the relationship us three had on camera, and people saw, I think, themselves, because I think it's a story that I think many people share, you know, going to football, having that bond over football. Exactly, you know, going with a dad or a granddad like we were going with. And I think people really took to that and related to that. And I think my grandpa, how he was on the videos, I think that was just what made this whole thing extra special. And, you know, obviously, you know, moving forward, he's always going to leave a massive legacy on this channel. In terms of how we are as people, in terms of the community we've built, he's just been a major part of that. And yeah, well, you know, I don't think anyone will ever forget that. I have a story of when I remember just talking about how amazing he is as a person when just the last time we went to a cup final back in 2008 February, the last time we won a trophy. You know, obviously that's a day that still holds dear to everyone, but I remember when we beat Arsenal obviously in the semi-final, and I think I wasn't a season ticket holder at the time, but you and Ben and Grandpa, I don't know if they were season ticket holders, but they had, you know, memberships with a lot more points than I did, and they were able to get tickets for the final. And I was, you know, tickets were gold dust back then. I was scrambling around looking for a ticket for the final, and looking like for weeks and weeks between the semi-final and the final. And I just wasn't able to get one. I wasn't able to find one. It was you know, super impossible. And my grandpa was obviously helping me look. And one day, obviously, I went over to visit them. Just, you know, we were having lunch and whatever. And my grandpa said, you know, have you found a ticket for the final yet? And I was like, no, you know, I'm still looking. He goes, oh, don't worry, I found you one. I was like, oh, right, you found me one? He goes, yeah. He said, yeah, you could have my ticket. And he gave me his ticket. And I was like, no, you can't give me your ticket. He goes, no. He said he'll give me more pleasure knowing that you're at the final than me going. And that's what he said. And I ended up going, and obviously that was the last time we won a trophy, 16 years ago. And, you know, I obviously never forget that. And he was the one that made that possible.
You know, people actually don't know this because they see our grandpa and they see how into Spurs he is and into Spurs that we are. But when we were really young, growing up, like, he wasn't even that much into football. He was into cricket, he was into rugby, and even like at the beginning when we first started going to Spurs, he had to buy a program and matched up the names with the numbers because he didn't know who the players were. Like, he wasn't a massive football fan, and he got into football just to spend time with us, really. That's why he got into football.
Yep.
And then he ended up being one of the biggest Spurs fans going, pretty much, where he didn't want to miss a game for love nor money. And, you know, me and him, we used to go travelling the lengths and breadths of this country. I remember going to Wigan with him, the 3-3 game, missing a few goals in the making, Portsmouth. Like, we used to go up and down the country together, and that's just how much family meant to him, and how much he wanted to spend time with us, where, you know, he literally became the biggest Spurs fan, not because he loved football, because he loved us so much and he loved his family so much. And then, you know, that formed his bond with football. He ended up loving football a lot off the back of that. But his initial bond with football was us. You know, it wasn't actually the game.
Yeah, exactly. And that's also what made everything so extra special, going to football with him, building that bond over many, many years. And that was the person he was. If it meant becoming the biggest Spurs fan ever and becoming obsessed with Spurs to spend more time with his grandkids, and that's what he would do. And he would do that for all his grandkids. Always found something special to bond with them over, and that is what, you know, obviously we as young boys growing up, we became obsessed with Tottenham, and that's what we lived and breathed. And he thought the best way I can build a bond with them and I can spend time with them is to become as mad about Spurs as they are, and that's exactly what he did. Yeah. And it's just so special.
But I think really it's important to note as well, like, as much as we are kind of mourning the loss right now, he wouldn't want it this way. He would want us to celebrate his life. You know, that's how much of a positive man he was. You know, he just wants celebration, positivity, and he wouldn't want the channel to stop. You know, he loved the channel so much. He just wants things to keep on rolling, make the channel. He had so much love for the, like, I can't stress it enough, like how much love and pride he took in the channel. And I think it's just going to make us strive to be, you know, bigger and better and keep doing things, and we're going to do it in his honour.
Well, one of his very key life lessons he's instilled, he tried to instill in me, and I think a lot of the family, is his very heartfelt belief that when you stop work, that's when you die. That's what he really believed in. He never stopped working pretty much until the day he died. Literally. He was always looking, even when obviously retired from business and things like that, he went into life coaching and always looking to help people. And up until pretty much, you know, a week or two before he passed away, he was still coaching people and still trying to help them improve their lives and still trying to help them see better pathways and, have a better future. And he always said that was one of his, life lessons. It was his belief: when you stop work, that's when you die, because that's when you lose purpose. And that was what he has instilled in us. And, you know, as much as it's been such a very, very tough few days for the family and for us in particular, it's important that we carry this on, and that's exactly what he would have wanted. That's exactly the way he would have wanted us to move forward and honour him, I think.
And his legacy will always live on, particularly on this channel as well, through us, through the family, outside of the channel as well. You know, from all my cousins, my brothers, my sisters, my parents, my aunties, my uncles. His legacy is going to live on through all of us, my grandma, you know. So, like my brother said, as much as these days have been really hard, you know, even last week, you know, where he could, you know, barely say a word, really, he was asking me, have Spurs signed anyone yet? You know, predicting wins, even though where we couldn't see a win round the corner. And definitely he was shining down on the team yesterday, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And something that I think a great friend of ours, Brian Daigle's, texted me yesterday, and it definitely rings true. He said, you really won the lottery with the grandpa that you had.
That's definitely true. And
I think that was a beautiful way of putting it, and I couldn't put it better myself, I think, than Brian. Absolutely spot on. And he's obviously, Brian's met him more than on multiple occasions. He knows what a great man he is, and I couldn't put it better myself. We absolutely probably won more than one lottery, and we've been dining on those winnings ever since I was born, I think it's fair to say.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. So I can see a lot of messages coming into the live chat about Grandpa and support for us and the family. So I just like to thank you guys out there so much. Just the sheer number and volume of people that have got in contact and interacted with us since we put out that post at 6 p.m. yesterday. It's been mind-blowing. It really has. So we're going to keep going. You know, in the famous words of Ange Postecoglou, we never stop. And
Grandpa was always Ange.
Exactly. Grandpa was always Ange. And that was, as much as those words weren't his motto, the idea of it was his motto.
Definitely.
So, yeah, once again, just thank you all out there. I just want to get into some of these messages as well, just before we move on. SMCCC said, sending love and support from across the pond. Love you, lads, and thank you for everything you've done for this club and community. Come on, you Spurs. Thank you. George Orton says, rest in peace, Grandpa Brian, true icon and legend of the channel. Sending love and wishes from my family to yours, boys. Need to do a minute's applause for him. And I have seen a couple. I mean, if it is possible to get something like that going for the Man United game, I know it's something that he would have absolutely loved, because he loved being known, you know.
Yeah.
He just loved it, you know, even from being recognised in the street, even in the latter stage in the last couple of years with the various hospital visits. He used to get recognised by like workers in the hospital and stuff like that, and he always used to love it.
Yeah, he used to play him away. He used to really put a big smile on his face. People coming up to him in the street, recognising him or wherever it was. So if we could somehow sort that out, that would be incredible. Obviously, there's a bit of a break now before that game, so maybe we can try and sort it. It'll be difficult to coordinate, but we'll try our best. We'll try our best. All the help we can use, all the help we can get if we're trying to organise something like that.
Brian Daigle says he was a wonderful man and his love for you both was clear to see. A great man I had the honour to meet. Love to all the family. Thank you, Daigle. Ben Kaufman says, may his memory be a blessing, a wonderful person. Absolutely. Adam Tolbert says, loved watching him talk. Spurs, proper fan, proper man. Absolutely. Vinicius Carrera says, Grandpa will bless all of us Tottenham fans from a better place. A lot of love for your family. GTK Studio says, hi lads, so sorry for your loss, lads, and condolences are with at this difficult time. Let's hope we get some players in too. I'm happy with Danso, but we need more support in all areas that need it. Phil P says, what is grief but love enduring? Rest in peace, Grandpa. Kate and Jimbo says, much love and hugs, Ben and Sim. Rest in peace, Grandpa Brian. The world is a worse place without him. That's definitely true. Dark Sun G says, rest in peace, Grandpa. Let's win against Liverpool and Villa. Come on, you Spurs. And Luca says, big up, boys. Thoughts and prayers go out to your family. Rest in peace, Grandpa. Come on, you Spurs.
Yeah, and if people continue sending, especially what you've been sending on social media and all those messages. I know my family have been pretty much glued to those messages because they've just been so blown away and moved by them. And any story or any interaction or anything that that you took from Grandpa, from the channel, and how he touched you or how he made you feel, or anything you took from that, and if you send those messages, I'm sure the family will see them, and if it really does help. So if you continue to send them, and I just want to say thanks for everyone to support all the messages, because it's been incredible, absolutely incredible. And even right now, 2,000 in the chat nearly, and everyone just sending so many. I wish I can get through them all. People sending so many little things and stories. It's just absolutely incredible, absolutely incredible.
But, like we said before, he would want us to move on with the channel, make it the best that it can be, and that's what we're going to do. And it is transfer deadline day today. And Grandpa did want a lot about signings in, so I guess we do have to focus on Spurs as hard as it is going to be. I mean, how do we follow up a first 20 minutes of a show than that, to be honest? But yeah, look, I think the last couple of days has definitely brought a lot of reflection. But I think it is time in the stream that we move on. But thank you so much for your words of support once again. I mean, it just means so much to me, it means so much to both of us and to all the family sitting at home that's probably watching right now. But transfer deadline day, people, and it shuts at 11 o'clock tonight. And there has been quite a few rumours doing the rounds, but the ones that we're going to start off first is talking about Radu Dragusin, and Dan Kilpatrick says that Dragusin will see a specialist on Monday, but is expected to miss the most of the rest of the season. Fabrizio Romano says that even though Spurs signed Kevin Danso, Spurs do want to sign one more centre-back because Dragusin's injury is very serious. And I mean, just doesn't stop, does it, with these bloody injuries?
I know, it's been relentless, hasn't it? And I had a fear that when he went off injured, it looked like he might be serious because of how he twisted it, and the fact that he, looked like he kind of half tried to continue and immediately knew it wasn't going to happen. So the fact that he's out for the rest of the season isn't a massive shock, to be honest. And obviously that's going to hamper his development as a young centre-back as well. So we'll have to wait and see what kind of state he comes back next season. Obviously, we have got Danso in now. We haven't really talked about him on this channel ourselves because obviously we haven't been around. But I think he is an upgrade, in my opinion, on Dragusin, probably in terms of, especially stylistically, I think in terms of the profile of player who he is. So we have a good player covering there. But obviously with Dragusin injured, it's basically, again, it's the story of our season, one in, one out at the moment. We can't seem to get everyone fit at the same time. It does mean hopefully when Romero's fit, I don't know when that is, we'll have Romero, Van de Ven, Danso and Ben Davis proven pretty much where we've been at for most of the season, just for Danso or Dragusin. In terms of Danso, I see him as like a basically worse version of Romero. That's basically how I look at him. Obviously he's a bit older, I think, than Romero, but from what I can see, he's like very aggressive, he's very combative, probably not as good on the ball, but also maybe a bit faster than Romero, potentially in behind. But I think as well, Romero maybe has that bit better timing sense, but I think as well Danso's a bit more, probably maybe a little bit stronger, a bit more aggressive. So I think there's a bit of give and take there, but I do see Danso as very Romero-style defender when it comes to that kind of style. And I think he's better on the ball than Dragusin. So I think he's an upgrade on Dragusin. I think he can probably be relied on more than Dragusin. But I don't think when all our centre-backs are fit, I don't know if he's better than Van de Ven or Romero.
No, but what he does do is provide, good cover. That's what he does do. The next story is an interesting one that's, broken kind of this morning, about Mark Guehi. Fabrizio Romano says Spurs also made a late bid for Mark Guehi in the last 48 hours as a top target, but Palace rejected and will now run to the summer. He's out of contract in June 2026. Jacob Steinsberg says that Tottenham have been trying to sign Mark Guehi. Crystal Palace refusing to let him go. Tottenham's opening bid was believed to be £60 million. Sources are not ruling out the defender making the switch before the window shuts at 11 p.m. Ed Aaron says that the Guehi bid was £55 million up front plus significant add-ons that could have taken the total amount to £70 million. The bid was made prior to Spurs signing Danso. And Mike McGrath says Guehi will stay at Crystal Palace despite a deadline day approach from Tottenham. I mean, you're never going to get Guehi outside of Palace on a deadline day. So, I mean, I don't know what they're playing at here. Also, you put on top of that, they've let go of Chalobah this window. So they're even more going to be digging their heels on top of that to keep him. That is not a deal you do on deadline day. It's never going to be possible unless you're paying over the odds. And we don't like to pay over the odds. That is just 70 million over the odds?
Yeah, maybe it is a bit, I guess.
With a year and a bit.
With 18 months left, it is probably a bit over the odds, to be honest, for someone like Guehi. But look, Palace got their own, obviously, this season. They don't want to fall away. They want to have a good end to the season. Obviously, they're also going to want time to sign a replacement. They're not going to want to go ending the window having lost Chalobah and Guehi and just go forward with that. They're going to want to sign a replacement. So if we were going to do this deal, it was going to have to be done a lot earlier than deadline day, albeit I think Ed Aaron said this bid was put in before even the Danso bid was. So maybe it's only the news is filtering through now and maybe it actually happened before. But I just think there's zero chance we get him out of Palace, only if it's a proper ridiculous money. Because 70 million, yes, it's paying over the odds, but it's not ridiculous money. It's still maybe 10 million over what we should be paying, I would say. But I think at this stage, the league placing is probably worth it more to Palace than that little bit of extra money. So unless we're going to go for 85 million or something ridiculous, I don't think there's any point in them accepting at this point. So I think I don't see that. It just smacks of desperation, to be honest. The way we've been moving in this window, the way we've been agreeing, the way you usually in this day and age agree deals is getting bids done with the player, personal terms, then you agree with the club, making sure the player wants to come before you put a bid in. And the way we've dealt with Tomori, the way we've dealt with Tel, just tells me that no pardon the pun, but that just tells me that it's kind of been desperate, and it's kind of been a slapdash kind of way of working in this window, and hasn't been targeted with precision, hasn't really come into this window with targets which we know we can get over the line. It's kind of looks like we've just been using a scattergun approach, going from target to target, hoping we can get something over the line and looking for opportunities. It's basically how we've been going every January window ever since Daniel Levy's come in. So maybe we shouldn't be surprised, but I was hoping there were signs of change, but doesn't seem so based on this window.
Yeah. So that's the Mark Guehi thing. The other thing is Axel DISASI, who's been doing the rounds over the last 48 hours in terms of an approach from Tottenham. Fabrizio Romano says that Tottenham have agreed a loan deal with Chelsea for DISASI, but no buy option clause and loan fee included. DISASI is not accepting the Spurs bid. He's already agreed terms with Aston Villa. However, Chelsea have no intention to negotiate with Villa as a Champions League spot competitor. Spurs will keep trying for DISASI after a loan fee agreed with Chelsea, as revealed yesterday. No green light yet from the player. The Telegraph says that the deal Tottenham agreed with Chelsea to take Axel DISASI on loan for the rest of the season is worth $5 million. DISASI has so far resisted giving Spurs the green light. James Ollie says that Tottenham have now pulled out the running for Axel DISASI from Chelsea, and Matt Law says that Spurs now do not expect to sign DISASI today, which is kind of a relief for me. I mean, whenever I've seen him play for Chelsea, been a bit of a disaster, to be honest. I mean, I always just go back to that own goal he scored in the FA Cup. That one just sticks in my mind. But I mean, for a guy who's just flat out rejecting us when he's got no other options, and he's accepted Villa when Chelsea don't even want to deal with Villa, I mean, I don't want him.
Yeah, I don't think he's good enough anyway. I'm not a big fan of him. I know a certain Chelsea fan who calls him disaster. So I'm not interested in DISASI coming. I think it's a good thing he's rejected us if that's the case. I know we could probably do with some cover on loan, and if it is a loan deal, straight loan, I guess it's not the end of the world just to have some cover in that position, because with Dragshin's injury, I guess it lessens the need for us to sign a left back in a way, because if we sign DISASI on loan, it means Davis can just exclusively be a left back maybe, or I guess that's maybe what they're thinking. But albeit I think he's better at centre back anyway at this stage of his career. I just think I'd rather Ben Davis than DISASI, to be honest. I'd rather play
Archie
him.
Gray than DISASI.
So I just don't see the point. I don't see the point in getting him through the door. I think he's not a good defender, and him in the high line scares the shit out of me, to be honest.
Next one we're going to talk about is Leon Bailey. As Fabrizio Romano said last night, that Tottenham have called Aston Villa to be informed on the situation of Leon Bailey. However, this depends on Aston Villa, and there is no open doors at the moment. We know that they've got Marcus Rashford over the line now, so maybe that does, but I think this report came out even after the Marcus Rashford deal. I mean, in terms of Leon Bailey, I do like him to a certain extent, but he's just too up and down for me and too inconsistent, and I would take him on a loan from now to the end of the season, but in terms of a permanent transfer, I think we should be setting our sights a bit higher than Leon Bailey. I
agree. There's just been an update here from Dan Kilpatrick as well. I don't know if you read that one.
No, go for it.
Said Spurs have considered Aston Villa's Leon Bailey and Okafor, although neither player is actively being pursued ahead of Monday's 11 p.m. deadline. So I don't know what. I mean, if they're not actively being pursued, I mean, I don't know how we expect to get over the line. But yeah, I agree. A kind of a loan deal. He offers something different to Brennan would be okay. I think he's on his day. We saw last season what an effective winger he can be in the Premier League.
19 contributions.
Yeah, he's got a great left foot. He's got a very good shot on him, and he's also quite a good dribbler. But the problem with him is he's like a 1 in 5 player. Like one game he'll be brilliant and probably get like 2 goals and 2 assists, and then the next 4 games he'll just be nowhere to be seen, and that's a big problem with Leon Bailey, I think, and that's probably plagued his career, not just his time at Villa. I think last season was a bit of an outlier in terms of his numbers. He seems to have like 1 season on, 1 season off. That's how his career's usually been. Obviously, he showed quality at Leverkusen as well, but again, they were happy to let him go because he was just too inconsistent. So as much as he's got great quality, he's 26 now, so he's not exactly a young player anymore. That
should be coming into his prime, really.
Yeah, he should already be in his prime, and I think this is probably what his prime is, just a very good player, but inconsistent. So I think we could do with the numbers. We could do with someone of his profile, but I wouldn't consider him for a permanent right now. But I would consider him for a loan just to beef up the forward line, I think.
Do you think he's better than Brennan?
I think at their best, he's Brennan. I think Brennan's more consistent. Even though Brennan's not consistent himself, I think he's more consistent than Bailey. I think, obviously, Bailey's got more quality as a player. I think when they're both at their best, I think Bailey's better for sure. But I think Brennan is a bit more consistent and can also just be a bit more effective sometimes than Bailey.
Yeah, having said that, I do think we definitely need an attacker in by the end of the day today at 11 p.m. And if Bailey is the only option and Villa are willing to let him go, I would take him on a loan from now to the end of the season. I really would.
Yeah, I would take him on loan.
The next player we're going to talk about is Brian Mbeumo, as Ali Gold says that Postecoglou is a big admirer of Mbeumo. I mean, I think we all are a big admirer of Brian Mbeumo. That don't mean we're going to sign him, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Not this window anyway. Maybe come the summer you can reassess things, see what kind of state we're in. But I think, in January, no chance of getting Mbeumo out of Brentford. Although we know Brentford, again, they are a team who, if the money's right, they do tend to sell, and they've shown that. But I can't see a deadline day for a bid for Mbeumo ever happening. But I guess reassess it in the summer.
Joao Felix, Matt Laws says that Tottenham alongside Villa expressed an interest in Joao Felix, but Chelsea would prefer not to send him out to a Premier League rival. Damasio says that Felix has now given the green light to AC Milan, and the next few hours will be decisive for his future, and that was going to have a knock-on effect for Noah Okafor, but it looks like he's not coming to Tottenham and he is going to Napoli.
Yeah, that looks to be the case at the moment. Apparently there's agreement between Napoli and Okafor. When it comes to Felix, I've always actually been quite a big fan of Felix. The problem is he's just never lived up to his potential, and obviously he signed for Atletico Madrid at like 19 for 100 million euros, I think it was at the time, after they sold Griezmann, and it looked like he was going to be the heir to the throne, but he's never ever had really a consistent run of a season ever, really. I think he's shown flashes. He's clearly got ability. Obviously he's played in big tournaments as well for Portugal. And there are some games you look at him and you're thinking, wow, this guy is just serious talent, and like anyone's lucky to have him. And then he'll go through, I think he's probably even more inconsistent than Bailey. Like he'll just go through a stretch of games thinking, how is this guy ever a £100 million player? Like, I don't understand what anyone saw in him. There are some games that also you see that from him. So again, I'd maybe consider a loan. In terms of the kind of position we need, someone who probably plays either up front or off the right, he probably doesn't really fit that, albeit he's kind of played up front sometimes. I don't think him being a striker in our system is maybe the best fit for someone like Joao Felix, but I just don't see Tottenham being the place where he comes and really finds himself. I don't know what he needs, but going to all these super clubs that he has, Barca, Atletico, Chelsea, he just doesn't seem settled. He doesn't seem to be finding a pathway in his career. Maybe he needs to go to I don't know where it is, but somewhere a bit lower down and just be the main man somewhere, and just so he can feel the love. Because right now it just doesn't seem as though he knows what he is, or he knows or he just can't find that consistency whatever at all. So for me,
how old is he?
He's 24, 25. He's not young anymore. So I mean, yeah, a loan deal, I guess I'd be open to it at this point, considering how desperate we are for a forward, but I'm just not being impressed with Felix. I thought it was a weird signing for Chelsea to make in the summer anyway, considering he wasn't great when he was on loan there. And he was on loan at Barca, didn't pull up any trees. His last few years at Atletico, not been great. I mean, I don't know when his last good season might have been at Benfica when he first got signed. I mean, I don't know. He just hasn't been good. I mean, at what point do you say he's just not that great of a player, I guess?
Yeah. I mean, he's just a player at the moment, from what we've seen in his career at the age of 24, 25, that shows flashes of brilliance, but never lived up to the hype. That's the reality of him, and he is going to end up at AC Milan now, so we'll see how that goes for him.
Is that for sure?
Well, it's not for sure, but Damasio says that Felix has been given the green light to go to AC Milan.
I'm just looking at his best season is Benfica back in 2018-19. That's his best goal scoring season. Now it's 15 goals. He hasn't hit 10 goals in a season
and
since.
That was what, 7 years ago?
It was 2019, so yeah, 7 years ago. And since then he hasn't hit double digits in goals in any season. So just goes showing me I don't think definitely in terms of putting any serious money. He's probably on decent wages as well. Just doesn't seem worth it to me.
And last but not least, in this update, we're going to talk about Tyler Dibbling, as Dan Kilpatrick says that Tottenham remain in the market for a forward before the deadline, but have now cooled their interest in Southampton's Tyler Dibbling after they were put off by the Saints' demand for an astronomical fee, well in excess of their reported £55 million asking price.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense. I didn't really see Tottenham laying out 55 million in this window. They probably
saying in excess. They're saying well in excess.
Well, then definitely not. I think in the summer, once they go down, you might be able to get a better deal. Obviously, but if you wait till then, you're risking other clubs stumping you. If he's available now and you're able to just stump up the cash to kind of get ahead of the competition, maybe it's worth doing because he's a serious talent. But obviously, if they're asking for that kind of money. Obviously, with a win on Saturday as well, maybe they feel like there's the chance of them staying up. They got an outside chance now. I don't know, but yeah, I thought Tottenham would only really go for this if the price was around 40. The fact that it's in excess of 55, I don't think there's any chance of ever going to go for that. But I like him.
I do think that when they go down in the summer, I don't think it's a question of if. I think it's a question of when they do go down at the end of the season.
Yeah.
I think things change in the summer.
Agreed.
But yeah, currently as of 1:15, that is your update for deadline day. Hopefully we'll have some more news to bring you as the day progresses. But yeah, we're all just waiting for Ali Gold's tweet saying we're all done for the day.
Yeah, just do it. Just put us out of our misery, Ali. Come on, we're waiting for it.
But yeah, that is the update. A couple more super chats to get through before we move on. Josh Bonner says, condolences, lads. Danso getting some hate for pace. But I think he looks slower than he is. Big unit. If you could just choose one more player, centre-back or attacker for the rest of the season, then which? Come on, you Spurs. I mean, for me, an attacker, if we have to choose just one.
Yeah, I'd probably choose an attacker, to be fair. Just because we got Danso in. We kind of, look, Romero's hopefully coming back soon, and we don't know when exactly, but obviously he will be back at some point. And then, hopefully, Doggie's back soon as well. So I think, if those players come back and they can stay fit, and now Spencer's done so well, he's now he's an option. Hopefully, we'll start being rotated with the Doggy and stuff like that. And now Danso's there, so hopefully we can start rotating with Romero. That eases the burden, I think, in the back line a bit. Albeit, I think we could do with one more. So then I look at that attack, and I know there's Werner and Odegaard coming back, and Brennan, but I'm still looking at thinking, even when they're back, we need another one. Like at least when the defenders are back, you're like, okay, once they're back, I think we're okay for now anyway. When we're in the attackers, even once they're back, I'm like, I don't know how much better we're going to get up front.
Yeah. Faz Radfar says, rest in peace, Grandpa. Sharing your pain, lads. Wonderful man. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Faz.
And Santush says, Porro and Felix together would be diabolical.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
But look, let's look back at the game yesterday. Obviously 2-0 against Brentford, which is an unbelievable result. Actually, no one, including us, gave us a hope in hell. First win since that Southampton game at the beginning of December.
Clean sheet
in the Premier League. 2 clean sheets in a row now in Europe and in the Premier League.
And Brentford are the highest scorers at home this season.
Yeah. You know, it was a game that everyone thought coming into it just promised goals. And I thought we did well. I thought we did well to shackle them, particularly Spence shackling Mbeumo. I thought he had him in his back pocket pretty much all game. And it wasn't the greatest game in the world, but I think Spurs changed it up a bit, you know, sat deep and provided it really hard for Brentford to break down. I mean, let's get into the player ratings, and we'll start off with Kinski. 7s all round for Kinski, and I thought he had another really good display. Wasn't troubled that much in terms of shots, but when he was asked to make saves, he made the saves. I thought he was commanding from his corners as well. He had one kind of mishap playing out the back, but he made the save to you know, negate that. But yeah, I mean, I'm impressed with Kinski. I really like the look of him, and I think when it comes for corners, I think he's really strong.
Yeah, obviously it was uncharacteristic, that little mishap, just because he had the ball at his feet, and for like a millisecond he just lost it and he let it roll under his foot, and I think he panicked a bit, just tried to get the ball to Basuma, and obviously we ended up conceding a chance from it. But other than that, I think there was just 2 big moments from him. The one where I think he made a save from Norgard. I think Norgard had kind of like a half volley, which was a simple save. And then I think there was one which was the crucial, really, interception right in the second half. I think, again, it was Norgard, I think, on the edge of the box. Has a little dink to the back post across the floor. And if it wasn't for his crucial interception, I think Wissa taps it home in the back post. And it's a brilliant one-handed kind of just touch from Kinski at that moment. And obviously that helped secure the clean sheet. So really good performance, solid again from him. And yeah, I think again he's been great since he's come in. I know there's been some times, look, he's still a young keeper, he's 21. There are going to be some mishaps, like even during this game, but by and large he's shown such promise, isn't he?
Absolutely. Let's move on to Pedro Porro, a guy that's just played unbelievable amount of minutes this season, and I think the last couple of performances for him is something to be proud of, with tiring legs there. 7s all round for Pedro Porro. And usually with Pedro Porro, he's getting into those central spaces, really trying to influence the attack. But I think he was tasked just to stay back, cover the space, and make sure you're hard to beat. And I think that's exactly what he did in this game. You know, 2 block shots, 7 clearances, 3 interceptions, 6 tackles. I think he put in a really strong defensive display, and I was really happy about that.
Yeah, and I think he's always such a key player in build-up as well. I think he's, you know, he deserves a lot of credit. You know, because I know he's been in poor form, but I actually think, you know, in the last few weeks there's been more good performances and bad performances, and I think people kind of just lump in some of the bad performances with some of his poor form. But I think in general, over the last few weeks, he's been a lot better, in my opinion, than he was during that run, obviously, where he was, you know, being overplayed and just having a terrible time of it. So I think happy with him at the moment. I think he could definitely do with the rest at some point. Hopefully, you know, with players coming back, you know, with centre-backs coming back, maybe Gray can give him a rest on the right, and when the doggy comes back, Spence can fill in there as well. But right now he's just having to play, but I think he had a pretty good game, so fair play to him.
Another player who's just doing such an unbelievable job for the team, and the guy is a phenomenon. He really is, and that is Archie Gray. 8s all round for Archie at centre-back yesterday, and I thought he was absolutely brilliant. 2 interceptions, 1 block shot, 5 clearances on the day. He was a man-mountain yesterday. He really was, and I felt like as well, even in the second goal, he had a bit of his hand in playing out the back, and, you know, foraging out to the right-hand side and doing some really good work on the ball. And he was forever doing great work on the ball yesterday. And when looking at him play, he just looks like a centre-back, doesn't he? It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, and I think as well, you talk about the second goal, I think he does extremely well, because there's a moment where he's in trouble and they're pressing us, and obviously I think Bergvall was stretching for the ball and he had to kind of rescue the situation. Not only did he rescue it, but he started us on an attack as well, and obviously we ended up getting the goal from it. So it went from Tottenham being under pressure to Tottenham being 2-0 up, and that's a large part thanks to how Archie Gray was. I think him and Ben Davies just managed the game brilliantly well. I thought, yes, there were some times again where there would be some mishaps in the box, like, Wissa had a chance and things like that, but I thought by and large, again, I thought he'd done an exceptional job, and I think his development will be all the better for this little period he's had in at centre back during the season, and I think another really strong display. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see what we do at Anfield, because he's you could argue he's earned his spot on Thursday, but with players coming back, he could also do with a break, I feel, Archie. But fair play to him. I'm sure he's going to be seeing a lot of football from now to the end of the season, even with players coming back. Yeah,
absolutely. And another player who did unbelievably well yesterday is Ben Davies. Sim gives him an 8. I gave him a 9. I thought he was incredible. I really did think he was incredible. 10 clearances yesterday for Ben Davies, 1 block shot, 2 interceptions. And I talk about Archie Gray being a man mountain, but Ben Davies, thou shalt not pass yesterday. That's literally what it was. He was putting his body on the line for the team. We had to really dig deep in that second half, and I think he was, one of the main ones.
Yeah, and I think he was the one with the most clearances, like headed 10 clearances. Incredible. Considering as well, he's not known for... I know he's actually got quite a decent record when it comes to like heading ability and stuff like that, but you wouldn't associate him with someone who's aerially dominant or things like that. But I think that just goes to show his defensive awareness, his positioning is always top notch. He's such an experienced defender, and he had to go do all of that and also manage Archie Gray through the game as well, because I know he's actually been playing there a lot, but he's still an experienced centre back in that position. And I think it probably shouldn't be a surprise, that maybe we're seeing a better Archie Gray next to experienced Ben Davies rather than, a Dragoshin who's also still got his learning to do and things like that. So your last couple of games, I think, Ben Davies has been partnered with Gray, and I think we've probably been better off for it in that sense. So I think Ben Davies done a fantastic job. And again, another big decision about what we do about him on Thursday, which we'll get into later. But phenomenal from him.
Jed Spence, 9s all round for Jed, and unbelievable. I think it was pretty much a perfect left back display from Jed Spence yesterday, where when he had to defend, he defended. When he had to drive forward, he was a threat going forward and really drove through those spaces that we exploited at times. And he completely shackled Bryan Mbeumo, who's been on fire throughout the whole season. And, a lot of left-backs have struggled up against Bryan Mbeumo this season. And I thought he just got completely shackled out the game. And, he's emptying out his pockets. And Bryan Mbeumo probably came out this morning.
Next to Mo Salah, probably?
Yeah, absolutely. And... it's just criminal that he didn't see more minutes in the first half of the season. And a bit of a worrying comment from Ange Postecoglou saying that, he's going to be important to us until Destiny Udogie comes back. I hope it was just a turn of phrase in more than anything else.
Yeah, I think it was, because they'll be rotated, I think, by the time Udogie comes back. Obviously, Udogie's also a fantastic player, and he's going to get game time when he comes back. But I think... hopefully Spence can move over to the right more, because I want to see him there when Udogie does come back. But I think he's getting more and more comfortable on the left for sure as the weeks go by. I think especially a lot more comfortable with his dribbling ability. Again, brilliant. I think he completed 3 hours, 3 dribbles. I think got 2 key passes, so he's making more of an impact offensively as well as the weeks go by. But I think the main attributes in this game, the main strengths were his defensive play, and I think Mbeumo kept really quiet, which is not an easy feat. The form he's been in, how many goals he got this year? Like 15 goals or something, or goal contributions at least. And there was that one time he kind of got the better of Spence, and his shot was saved by Kinski. But other than that, he just kept him quiet. He dealt with him with ease, and I feel like maybe. I wonder if he gets a lot of. I wonder if it kind of suits him defensively. The fact that he isn't a kind of player that is a right-footed left back, because in this day and age we know how wingers like to cut inside, the likes of Salah and Mbeumo, and the fact they're cutting inside onto Spence's strong foot. Maybe that helps him in a weird way defend those situations better than most other fullbacks, when they're always cutting in on the fullback's weaker foot. But I think maybe it hampers him offensively, but he seems to be improving on that. But either way, phenomenal performance. I think probably rightly given man of the match. And I think he seems to be growing. And the consistency he's had since that Southampton game when he came in December, it's been remarkable, really. I don't think he's had a bad game, really, since he's come in. Maybe the odd game, but he's been fantastic, and I don't think Ange could have asked any more from him since he's come in. He's been phenomenal, and that's credit to him, it's credit to his mentality. He waited for his opportunity, and he's absolutely grabbed it with both hands at this point. And he's got to start on Thursday for sure, and he's been great.
The only game I can remember him kind of lacking defensively and coming under real intense pressure where he hasn't been able to handle it really is the Newcastle game with Jacob Murphy.
Yeah.
Apart from that game,
and maybe that's no surprise, seeing as Murphy will go on his weak foot. Maybe that proves my point, but that plays into, he likes facing those inverted wingers rather than the ones who go on the outside.
Yeah. No, I agree. Next up is Rodrigo Bentancur. Sim gives him a 7. I gave him an 8. Another one, I think he's really stepping up for the team of late. Since he's come back from injury, he's been brilliant. He really has. And yesterday, he really shielded that back four really well, provided amazing defensive cover. And on the ball as well, he provided so much value. 3 key passes on the day, and he just keeps the ball ticking, drives us forward as well. But I think, again, like we said about the back four, I think his best attributes yesterday was his defensive work for the team. Yeah,
and obviously involved in the second goal as well. Nice ball out to Son, who obviously set up Sarr. But I agree. I think when he's at his best and he's in this kind of mood, he's an unbelievable midfielder, and we've seen that when he's at his best, he can be up there with some of the best central midfielders in the league when he's in consistent form. And unfortunately for him, we know the circumstances he's been under for the last 2 years, pretty much, injuries and suspensions and whatnot. But let's hope that's behind him now, because when he's in this kind of form like he was yesterday, he's a joy to behold, and I thought it was another really strong performance, and we're going to need him over the next few weeks for sure. But I think, him and Basuma next to each other, hopefully maybe they can start to have a bit of a partnership, because they don't play together much. It's usually one or the other, but they both started yesterday, and I thought they linked up quite well. So let's hope for more of that.
And we'll get on to Basuma up next. 7's all round for Biss. I think it was an okay display. I think it was a good display, but I think just Bentancur was that much better. It was an all action. His on the ball spreading of the play looked really good. He was getting involved in the duels, providing defensive cover. I just expect more, like with his ability on the ball. I want to see him drive through the centre of the pitch a bit more, which I didn't see him do too much yesterday, which he's definitely got in his locker. But I think, we could be seeing signs of something forming together with them two there.
Yeah, and I think those two we know are going to really have to step up with the injuries that we've had. I think they, especially Basuma's been running on empty a few games, albeit he's played quite well a few games. I thought we had a pretty good game defensively. I think on the ball could have done a bit better, but I thought it was a pretty solid display. And these two players in midfield together, it's something that we just haven't seen enough, or definitely haven't seen enough perform well together. So let's hope this is the start of something.
Decky up next. Sim gives him a 7. I gave him a 6. I mean, our attacking display was fairly blunt, but he was the most creative spark out there, and a bit of nice link-up play with him and Mikey Moore in the first half, where he was able to get in behind and have a shot. He had 4 shots on the day, 1 blocked and 3 off target. So, and in terms of how creative he was, I mean, like I said, he was our most creative outlet, but still he wasn't as creative as maybe he usually is. And I think it's just more signs of him being knackered, really.
Yeah, I thought he looked better in the first half when he was in midfield.
Yeah.
Definitely there was a few moments where he got the ball into feet, twisting away from people, especially inside the box. And I think a couple of times he put that ball across the face for Richarlison, did he nearly got on the end of it. And then there was another one where I can't remember someone, but I think it might be Moore, passed it into him. He does an unbelievable spin away from the defender. Moore, and then he beat the keeper to the ball and again put it across the face, and no one was there. So there was a few moments, I thought, from Decky which were really good. But I thought second half, once he moved over to the right, again, probably tiring, again, not his favourite position at the moment. I think struggled a bit more in that position. And I think, again, when we talk about his recent poor form, I think again that plays into it, the fact that he's doing a shift on the right a lot compared to when he's in the middle, when he's a lot better, in my opinion. So I think that's also on top of fatigue, that's probably played into it a bit more as well. But yeah, I thought first half he was dangerous, and I thought it wasn't a bad game.
Mikey Moore up next. 6's all round for Mike. He did only last 45 minutes. And I thought he did do some nice stuff, but again, I did feel he looked like I felt like Brentford were able to physically dominate him a little bit. But when he did get on the ball, I did think he showed signs of quality. Like I said, a bit of link-up play with with Kulusevski, and also some lovely crosses to the back post, which we didn't make the most out of. So, yeah, I mean, did they take him off because of maybe the gap in physicality, or is it, you know, maybe because we need him at Anfield? I don't know.
Or maybe it was pre-planned. Obviously, he played 90 minutes on against Elfsborg, didn't he? So
Yeah.
maybe the thought was, you know,
Protecting him a bit.
Yeah, protecting him, get Sarr on. Who knows? Sorry, Bergvall. Give Bergvall 45 minutes at the break. I thought he didn't look out of place, but obviously, again, similar to Decky, again, being on the right is not his favourite position when he has to go on the outside. He actually looked his most dangerous when he got the ball and drives into that space inside, and that's when he was looking to make things happen. When he's asked to like take on his defender on the outside, it's just he seemed to struggle to have the beating of them, it seemed. But there were some nice moments in there from him. He still looked like a Premier League player. And also there was one moment where could he have had a penalty, I guess is the question. He got shoved over in the box and the referee just kind of waved play on. VAR wasn't interested, but on another day, you know, referee could have pointed to the spot for it.
Yeah, if we're Arsenal fans, we're crying about that till the cows come home, that's for sure. And we're saying that there's a conspiracy theory against us and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, it could have been given a penalty. It really could have. But look, it is what it is. It wasn't given. Richarlison up next. Sim gives him a 6. I gave him a 5. I thought he was poor. And what really frustrates me about Richarlison is that what you were talking about before with the Kulusevski drives through the face of the goal, and also the more kind of crosses to the back post. I think if Solanke's on the pitch, I think he scores at least one of those. And it's really frustrating because Richarlison needs to be making those runs, and he doesn't do it as often enough, and he just doesn't get involved in the gameplay as well as much as Dom Solanke does. So I do think we're missing quite a bit when Solanke doesn't play and Richarlison is there, and maybe he is just working his way back to full fitness and stuff like that, but he didn't make enough of an impact in the game for me.
Yeah, we know Richarlison, even at his best last season, as much as he was scoring goals, he never offered what Solanke offers us. Solanke offers something completely different. Like in terms of hold-up play, in terms of ability to make the ball stick, in terms of that running in behind, chasing lost causes, those kind of things. I think Richarlison obviously works his socks off. I think no one can deny that. But I just think the quality when it comes to when we ping the ball into feet, when we're asking him to trap the ball, when we're asking him to hold off a defender and also play other players into play, he's just not as good as Solanke. He's like Solanke light kind of in those aspects. I think when he gets into the box and things like that, I think he does come alive, and I think he's not too different to Solanke inside the box. I think it's more outside the box where you really see the difference. But yesterday, though, as you say, there were a few occasions where could have got at the end of things, where if he made smarter runs or timed his runs better, or even was picked out, he could have been on the end of it, got a goal. Didn't happen for him, but I did think he, in terms of the way he presses and the way he ran his socks off and made a nuisance of himself, he was still doing that. But obviously, you know, at this level, we need a bit more from him, and I think it's fair to say we probably needed a bit more from Richie yesterday.
But what we do know about Richarlison is he usually scores at Anfield, so maybe that's
also
good.
True. Also true.
That's a good omen. But let's move on. Last of the starting 11, Son Heung-min, 8 all round for Sonny. And I feel like in the last couple of games, he's really starting to step it up, Sonny. Really starting to see him get back to some really high levels. And I think this game was another showing of that. You know, 2 key passes on the day. His corners yesterday were looking really dangerous, weren't they? The way he whips in. And I felt like Spurs, in general, as a team, were just putting a lot more pressure on the opposition keeper, maybe that we've not been doing in the past. And one of the goals was obviously forced by that, the own goal. Was it by Janelt, the goal? And obviously a lovely pass in behind to Pape Sarr to get us the 2-0. But he did look like our biggest threat throughout.
Yeah, I think obviously the last 4 games, you got a double at Hoffenheim. I thought Leicester, he was probably our best player, especially in the first half. Elfsborg, I thought he was magnificent in that first half. And then you had Brentford, where he has a hand in both goals. So hopefully there's signs of him really coming into form, and he's looking a lot fresher. I think definitely when the ball at his feet, and his speed looks a lot better in recent weeks than it had maybe before, maybe when he was being overplayed and fatigued and all this kind of stuff. I'm trying to think of, have we given him a break, or he's just somehow found that a little bit of energy. Even if you go a bit further back, obviously he scored at Arsenal as well not that long ago. So in the last 6 games, he's I think got he's got 3 goals and 1 assist in the last 6 games. So he's definitely starting to get a few more goal contributions. And as you say, the corners. Definitely he's causing problems with those corners. I think Bissouma, if you can see actually from that corner, causing a nuisance from himself between the keeper and the Brentford player, something that again we've seen other clubs do it, and we've bemoaned that we don't do it, and it's something that we did because the keeper, I don't know if Flecken wasn't there, was it? So it was a different keeper, but he just completely flapped it. He just couldn't get near it. He was weak. I think Bissouma, all he did was stand his ground. So I think, look, if other players were okay, but it's legal for them to do it. It's absolutely legal for Bissouma. And I thought all Son had to do was completely put it on a plate, cause the chaos, and that is exactly what happened. And I completely agree. I think his corners in the last few weeks is something clearly he's been improving on. Obviously, he scored directly from one against Man United, and I think it's something that's causing a lot of danger. And the pass for the second goal, beautiful, right into the path of Sarr. Defence splitting pass, and obviously he got the goal. Wasn't an easy finish, but we'll get into Sarr later. But brilliantly timed pass, weight of pass by Sonny, and again that's something that we've noted definitely in the last season or so. That element of his game has definitely been improving in terms of not just being a clinical finisher, but his creativity and that passing ability is on display, and was full on display yesterday. So he had an important hand in our win yesterday.
Lucas Bergvall, who came on at half-time for Mikey Moore. Sim gives him a 6. I gave him a 7. He did have one pop-up goal where the keeper was equal to, but I think what he did add was just a lot more energy, more energy as well in his legs in the second half. He was putting himself about, but I don't think it was like any sort of top display like we have seen from him in the past. I think he has been tiring through games over the last couple of weeks, and maybe this is more evidence of that, but I still think like he added value to the team.
Definitely, and obviously he needed a break because this is an 18-year-old who's similar to Gray, who needs a break. Just been churning out 19-minute performances for a while, and now with Bissouma and Bentancur and Sarr back in the frame, it's important that we gave him that rest and protected him. I do wonder if we were, managing his minutes ahead of a potential start at Anfield on Thursday. But I thought he came on, did okay. I don't think it was his best display, but obviously in terms of the second goal, he did kind of save the situation, because I thought Kinski's pass wasn't great to him, and he just about stretches and gets there before the Brentford player does, and kind of saves what would have been a terrible mistake. And obviously we then go up, build up from the back and get a second goal from it. So thankfully that played into our favour. But yeah, I didn't think it was one of his better ones.
Pape Sarr, the last player that we're going to rate. Sim gives him a 7. I gave him an 8. And when Spurs were under so much pressure in that second half, we just needed some sort of outlet. And he came on and he provided that brilliant run into the box, found by Sonny, and such an underrated finish as well, through the keeper's leg, just slipped it through there. And
outside of the boot, wasn't it?
Was it outside the boot as well?
So, just like kind of towed outside of the boot. I thought it was
just like a little toe poke.
Yeah, I think if I watched it again, it was kind of like outside of the boot.
But anyway, it's just we just needed that at that moment in time in the game, because we were just coming under pressure. And look, we were batting them away. They didn't really test Kinski that much, but at that moment in time, a really good team goal as well. Everyone was pretty much involved, and Sarr of late hasn't done that enough in terms of make those runs in behind the defence and charge into the box like we've seen him do in the past. And he did that in this game and won us the game essentially. And 5 goals, 2 assists in all competitions for Pape this season, which is brilliant for a player like him. And he hasn't been of great form of late. And I just gave him an 8, not because of what he did in the game essentially, but pretty much just because of that moment. It's just something that we desperately needed, and I think he got us those 3 points.
And hopefully it can start a turn of form for him, because you've got to remember earlier in the season he was on fire. Like, there was a period where every game he was looking brilliant, and maybe it was again the injuries, he was being overplayed and all these kind of stuff that led to him a downturn in form. But I know of late he's been injured and he's just come back and didn't start this game but came off the bench, and that seemed to give him that little bit of energy, and that burst through the heart of the Brentford defence was very much needed at that point. And was it the 90th minute they scored the goal? Was it just before then? 86.
Sarr's goal?
Yeah, was it 87th
minute?
87th, so right at the end of the game. really important moment because, again, hanging on to a 1-0 lead was always a precarious situation. And if we don't get that goal, do we succumb to the pressure? Who knows? But it was a massive relief when that second goal went in, and that energy that Sarr brought just to make sure he makes that lung-bursting run was fantastic. I thought it was a good cameo from him, and we're going to need all our centre mids coming back and being in good form, and hopefully now we have them, we can start to rotate them and manage them a bit better.
And Dane Scarlett came on for the last 10 minutes. We're not going to give him a rating, but I think he put himself about a lot in the number 9 position. Looks very aggressive up there, and I think after his goal should give him a lot of confidence, and I think he'll be used quite a bit from now to the end of the season.
Definitely until Solanke's back, that's for sure. He seems to be more trusted than Lancashire. You know, he's thrown him in. Obviously, he came on and scored on Thursday, and I thought, I think he looked all right physically when he came on against Brentford. Obviously, he didn't have too much involvement, but I thought he looked decent. And look, maybe this could be the start of him really launching his Tottenham career. Let's hope, because I think he's had a decent couple of games, and hopefully Ange can really start trusting him in a few more.
Well, Harry Kane, a few failed loan moves, and it was the Europa League that sprung him into life. So maybe it could be the same for Dane. But let's finish off talking about Ange Postecoglou. 8 all round for Ange. And you know what? Yesterday was a real hard-working, workmanlike, gritty away performance that sometimes you need in the Premier League, and we haven't seen that too many times this season, or even under Ange in general. But he changed it up. We sat deep. We didn't foray forward. The wing backs didn't foray forward that much, and Ange, I think tactically got it spot on yesterday with a tiring Spurs team. We just had to win a different way than what we usually did, and I think he did that yesterday, and hopefully we see a lot more of that moving forward, because I feel like maybe we have tried it, but we haven't executed it in recent weeks. But I thought yesterday the team executed it to perfection. We had to sit deep, soak up the pressure, and every defender and the midfield had to be on their job, and I think they were. So credit to Ange to setting up the team the way he did. And with that win, you could probably safely say we're staying up.
I think so. I think any thoughts of relegation, which I said, I'm pretty sure when March comes around, we won't have any. There won't be any talk of relegation anymore, because I think we'll be well clear of it. And I think, we're 10 points clear now, and I think at this point it's even tough to say whether Ipswich and Leicester will get another 10 points at this point. So. I think we could lose every game and maybe even stay up, but I think we should be all right in that front. But in terms of Ange, I actually don't think this performance was a massive departure from what we've seen in recent weeks. I just think it
was executed.
I just think it was executed better. I think last few weeks we have seen similar level of performance. I don't think we were marvelous in this game. I don't think in terms of the football we were playing or anything, it was massively impressive. But I do think it was fairly similar to games, maybe not the Everton game, which was a disaster, but outside the Everton game, it was, I think, fairly similar in terms of taking an early lead and then coming under the pressure. But this time we kind of stood up to it. Maybe I think this was the first time we saw Davis and Gray together, potentially, because I think against Leicester was Dragoshin and Davis, wasn't it? It does seem, maybe from Dragoshin's point of view, is it a bit worrying? We do seem to be better without him consistently when he's not on the team.
You would
compared
think,
to when he is there.
Right, with the way we played yesterday tactically, that would suit Dragoshin. You would think that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying But my point is, we've done that recently as well, and we haven't stood up to scrutiny. And going away to the best attacking side statistically at home in the Premier League and keeping a clean sheet is no mean feat, and they deserve a lot of credit for that. I just think the defence was a lot stronger in this one. I think they stood up to scrutiny. I don't think actually it was anything major tactically we did differently. I just think the players stood up. I think that was the difference. And I think in recent weeks we've been making stupid mistakes, and defenders have been doing mishaps, and it's been too easy for the opposition to kind of capitalise on those mistakes. But I think in this one we just didn't make those mistakes, really, or at least Brentford did capitalise on them. They did have obviously a couple of chances. Wissa had a glaring one he really should have scored from in the second half, that header that went over the bar. Other than that, outside of that, obviously Spence cleared on off the line, but again, that would have been a good goal if they scored that. So apart from those moments, there wasn't anything glaring they had massive. So I think maybe the midfield, maybe the fact that Basuma, Bentancur were a bit fresher and they could maybe help out the defence a lot more than the midfield had been doing with the tiring Bergvall and an unfit Sarr and things like that before that. So I think that also helped. So this game, I'm delighted we won, and I think it was a great win, and we needed that win desperately, especially going into a massive game on Thursday. I don't see this as like something revolutionary or something brand new we saw. I just think we're performing fairly similar to what we've seen, just to a better standard with probably more energy and less mistakes.
Yeah. No, I do agree with that. It's just, executed a lot better than what we have seen in the past. And like you say, we definitely needed that with the biggest week in our season coming. Liverpool on Thursday, Aston Villa on Sunday. And hopefully these two wins against Elfsborg and against Brentford. I mean, I've said it so many times throughout the season whenever we've got big wins. Yeah. But I just hope that this can be a kickstart of something, because not only have we got 2 wins with 2 clean sheets in 2 big games, we've got 2 big games coming. But we've also, after this Liverpool game, you're going to see a lot of players starting to filter back if we don't get more injuries. So, look, it could kickstart something, but I'm hesitant to say it just because of what we've been through all season.
But in terms of getting onto the conversation again, which we always comes back down to, is Angie and Anjao, all that kind of stuff. Obviously, that does quieten down a bit after yesterday's win, which is great. But I guess it was always the narrative going into Thursday that his job could be riding on that cup game. But do you think that's still the case?
Well, I mean, the narrative was going into the Hoffenheim and the Leicester game, if he loses both those games, that he's out of a job. Now, since that, we're actually 3 wins and 1 loss in our last 4 games.
Yeah.
That's the form that we're on. So we're actually, form does seem to be turning a little bit. We do have 2 big cup games coming up with Liverpool and Aston Villa, and I think we just got to ride the wave and just see what happens.
So do you think if we lose the next 2 games,
will he be sacked?
Yeah.
I don't know, because I feel like we're pretty much safe from the drop. If we go out of the cups, we go out of the cups. I think they'll just assess it at the end of the season.
I agree. I think he's got the job to win, especially until we go out Europa League anyway. I don't see us being in the Europa and them sacking him, unless again we somehow get close to the drop again. I think, which with that situation, I think going to be put to one side. I'm sure we're going to get enough wins from now to the end of the season to get us back and probably up to mid-table, I would say, or at least not near the drop. I think even if we lose these 2 cup games, he probably doesn't get sacked. I think if we go out Europa League, let's say we go out in the round of 16 of Europa League, then I think there's probably a conversation. But I think until that point, I think they'll probably give him the Europa League campaign.
Not to say that we won't lose again in the next few weeks, but it does feel like with the form that we're on, things are starting to calm down a little bit. We are seeing to see us come through the other end. It's all about now what it looks like from now to the end of the season, how far we can go in the cups to assess Ange's job properly at the end of the season.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what the club will be doing. And I think, look, there's still so much for us to play for. As much as the league, it's not a good situation. We're not going to be getting anywhere in the league, unfortunately. That's reality. The league's gone. But with the cups, this competition still in. Again, I've said this consistently. We could be a good cup team. There's no reason why not. Once we got our players back, there's no reason to fear anyone in these cup competitions. On our one-off games, we can take the game to anyone, especially in that Europa League over 2 legs as well. Especially when teams come to the Tottenham Stadium at home and we're looking to overwhelm them, and by then hopefully we'll really have our first choice 11 back. Plus they'll be fresher. I mean, I think we could be excited about the prospect, but let's just look one step at a time. Thursday and Sunday, so massive few days. If we somehow get through both those games, then that is all set up for us, I think, for the second half of the season. I really believe that.
All right, so there you have it. Those are the player ratings from the 2-0 win at the G-Tech yesterday. Let me know your thoughts in the comments section below. Before we move on, again, the amount of messages you guys are sending in form of super chats is just incredible. Eva says, I'm loving Big Ange instead, Levy in. I'm not sure about that one. And he says, we want Levy in. Brian Bagel is wrong.
Brian Bagel.
First of all, on this whole Levy thing, this transfer window has been nothing short of embarrassing.
Whatever happens today, I agree with that.
Exactly. Whatever happens today, this has been one of the most embarrassing transfer windows I've ever actually witnessed. And we've witnessed some embarrassing transfer windows in our times, right? The amount of players that have come out and just flat out rejected us. I've never seen... I don't understand yet, because in this day and age, right, I said it when we were talking about the Mathys Tel deal before he rejected us. I said something's fishy here, because you don't usually see a team do a fee before you get put the go-ahead with personal terms. You usually put the feelers out with the player, and then you agree something with the club. But for some odd, strange reason, Spurs in this transfer window seem to be doing deals with clubs before we're getting the go-ahead from the player and before we're agreeing personal terms. And that is just leaving us with more egg on our face than anything else.
Yeah, I think they probably did that because they're desperate. So they thought, if we can just get an agreement with the club, if we can just get him to a face-to-face with the player, I'm sure we can convince them. But that's not how transfers are done these days, and you're risking just having egg on your face that we have done, and there's not more than one player that's happened with as well. So that tells me that coming into this window, it wasn't like they had it wasn't like they've had like talks of agents, and if we just get a deal done with these clubs, these players will definitely join. It's almost like they've come into this window and looked like, who's on the market, who can we maybe convince to come to us, what opportunities are there, and like just trying to maneuver that situation. But knowing that the situation we're coming into this window with, it needed planning, and we needed to be very, very strategic about this window, and it just seems as though we've been anything but that.
Yeah, and it's like we've been turned down by Kolo Muani, we've been turned down by Tel, we've been turned down by Tomori, we've been turned down by this one, by that one. I mean, it's just embarrassing, guys. It really is. And we needed...
I've got a feeling, by the way, with the Tel thing, that looking at how things have transpired since he's rejected us, I've got a feeling that whole story about him wanting to leave, I think it's the opposite. I think it's them wanting him to leave, and I think he's wanted to stay. And
but Florian Plettenberg said that he wanted to go to Man United.
Yeah, but they can't seem to agree anything. I think.
But that's Bayern, and
yeah, but
he actually agreed personal terms with Man United.
I think. Yeah, but he only wanted to leave on loan. I don't think he actually wanted to leave Bayern. I think he's actually happy to stay. I think Bayern. That's why Bayern was so quick to agree a permanent for money, because I think they wanted the money for him. I reckon they probably wanted him to leave and wanted to get some money for him, and he was probably happy to stay. But they put out this whole story. He wants to leave. He's forcing himself out just to try to drive up some offers. And obviously they got one from us, but Tel was like, I ain't going there because I'm happy to stay. I'd rather stay here than leave. I'm not that desperate kind of thing. But I reckon that whole story was contrived by Bayern. I've got that feeling now.
Yeah, maybe, but. It's just another player that's rejected us.
That's definitely true, yeah.
That's what it comes down to. And when you've got the likes of like even Fikayo Tomori, who can barely get a game for AC Milan, coming and rejecting us, it's just embarrassing. And the way Daniel Levy and Johan Lang have orchestrated this transfer window, again, just completely embarrassing.
And the reality is, whatever happens now, obviously we do still need signings, and whatever signings we get today will be good. But reality is, when it comes to like the league campaign, the damage has already been done. You know, we've lost before yesterday. We lost 4 in a row in the league, and that's been extremely detrimental. If we had some signings, I guarantee you, if we had some signings before those Everton and Leicester games, we don't lose both. Maybe we don't win both, but we don't lose both. We get points out of those games, and I think it's really cost us. And obviously, if we would have had more points, we wouldn't be so far behind, you know, the top 6 or 7. But the reality is the damage has been done this month when it comes to no signings.
And you can see the money's clearly there. You know, 70 million for Guehi, 60 million for Mathys Tel.
Yeah,
you know, the money's clearly there. There was no reason why we shouldn't have been putting feelers out before the window opened and got deals done in the first week of the window.
It's Brian Daigle love to put it. It's the bullshit production of Tottenham Hotspur. And maybe it's the fact that they're just putting in these big bids knowing they'll fail, so they can say, oh, look, we tried, showed some ambition, look how much money we tried to sign these players, knowing that they were never going to happen. Yeah. And then come the summer, we'll be like, where's this money? And they'll be like, oh, we have to sell to buy. Or you know what I mean?
100%. Jimbo from The Perfect Match, big up Jimbo. He said, sad news about your Gramps. I never got to meet him, but I could tell he was a true gentleman. He always made me smile on your streams. From the ground, rest in peace.
Thanks
Absolutely.
A lot,
Absolute true gentleman. That's no truer words have been said. Moondog says, my condolences for your grandpa, rest in peace. Tom Whitten says, pints for grandpa, thinking of you gentlemen, come on you Spurs, and we'll definitely be having those over the next couple of days, that's for sure. Connor says, lads, so sorry to hear about your granddad. Met you at the game a few years ago and he was with you. Rest in peace.
Yeah, likely situation for a lot of people. He's always with us when fans used to come up, and he used to love it. He used to always wanted to introduce himself as well. He always loved to get involved in it, and yeah, I'm sure a lot of people who came up to us would have seen him.
Yeah. And the last one is from Avspur saying, can we all agree that as of right now, 4 players have openly rejected us? We had the same in the Conte era with Luis Diaz, Bastoni and others. No plan, no realism, same strategy, same owner, Levy out.
Well, it's hard to disagree with it at the moment, and I think this window has just been a bit of a shit show, and I think they have not helped themselves at all. I think they've just been scattergun a bit all over the place. It doesn't seem as though they've come into this window with certain targets. I know, look, the Danso one I think is good, but again, we heard right at the beginning of the window that they could have got that done right at the beginning, and they balked at the €30 million price tag. That was a report about that, and then all of a sudden they go and sign him for, I think, 25 million or something. So for the sake of saving a few million, they wait till the end of the window instead of going early.
Yeah.
And that, if we would have had him for some of those games, we probably would have got some points. So it's cost us, and it's just, again, classic Spurs wait until the end, trying to find the best price. Where if you pay, what's the difference between finishing 15th and 10th is probably more than 4 million. So you probably make up that money.
Samuel Lynch with the super chat says, so sorry to hear about your grandpa. Seemed like an angel, and I'll be praying for you all and your family. Come on, you Spurs. Thank you so much,
thank
Samuel.
You, Samuel. Big up to you. Big up.
Let's go on and react. It's going to be a mixture of messages to my grandpa and also the Brentford game. And maybe we'll look back at stuff from the Elfsborg game as well. So there was really nice stuff coming out from there. Obviously, we didn't react to the game because of all the news and everything, but it was an unbelievable night with those 3 players scoring: Ajayi, Scarlett, and Mikey Moore, all getting their first goals for the club. It really was a special night, that 3-0, and that was the last game that my grandpa. I mean, he wasn't well enough to watch it, but that was the last game that he was alive for, and he would have been so proud.
He predicted a win. He did. That was one of the last things he said. He said he thinks we asked his prediction. He says we're going to win. He says we're going to win, and he was absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot
on. So let's get into reacts. Starting off with Jamie, and he says Grandpa Brian was Ange in, and he most definitely was. Most definitely was.
He loved Ange. Yeah, he loved Ange, and he thinks he's someone who I think we could really build something with, and a really good manager. And I think he was a real believer in him. And yeah, 100%, he was definitely Ange.
XG philosophy yesterday: 2.4 for Brentford, 0.96 to Tottenham. However, Tottenham end up winning 2-0.
Yeah, it wasn't one for the stats yesterday. As I said, I didn't think it was a vintage display, and it was one we had to ride our luck a bit at times. But again, I think in terms of the amount of work these players have been putting in, we probably just deserved a bit of luck. And I wouldn't say we won luckily, but I would say we did have to ride our luck, but we made it count in the end.
Tottenham tweeting out the Premier League player of the match, and that is Jed Spence with an unbelievable...
He's just missing a cigar. That cigar picture that he sent to Neil Warnock.
Oh my God.
What?
Oh my God. Get off this Twitter reacts.
What's happening?
Is this true? Oh my God. Exclusive from Florian Plettenberg. Mathys Tel is on his way to Tottenham. He wants to join Tottenham now.
What the hell? It's been a U-turn.
Did I not say this in the WhatsApp last night?
You said any chance of a U-turn.
Did I not say this in the WhatsApp last night? Mathys Tel, people, we've got some breaking news here on We Are Tottenham TV.
Oh my God.
Mathys Tel is coming to Tottenham Hotspur.
That's madness. Is this a real account? I'm just double checking. Just I don't want to be baited.
It's the real account.
Yeah, oh my God. U-turn. He's looked at all the other options. Like, you know what? Maybe Tottenham is the best option. Wow, are we getting Mathys Tel on deadline day, people? Well, permanent, you reckon? Maybe we're like loan. I reckon it'd be a loan.
Does that put out the window your thoughts about Bayern putting these stories out? Maybe Mathys Tel does want to leave.
I think they're trying to force him out. I think that's the reality. But I reckon my prediction is this is going to be a loan. It's not going to be the permanent that we offered. That's my prediction. That's why he's agreed to it, because he's like, you know what? If they want me out, I'll go on loan. I think.
Well, more news will be coming out of this over the next few minutes. Let's just go over to Fabrizio. People. Let's go over to Fabrizio.
Yeah, Fabrizio says loan. There you go.
Where is Fabrizio's?
Someone said Fabrizio. Maybe he's on live. Oh, here he is. Here we go. We just got the here we go.
Here we go. So
straight option, straight loan, no buy option. Agreement reached between the clubs have accepted the player's decision. Player on his way with agent Gadiri Kamara. Deal in place, as Pletigol reported. So I told you, straight loan. That was my prediction.
But you know what? I had this exact thought last night. I thought, if Bayern are not going to agree something with Manchester United and they're not offering the money he wants, then I thought this could always be a possibility today.
Because it makes sense. I think when it comes to Tel, if he does want playing time, and he didn't want to come here permanently on a 5-year deal. That's what I said before. When I first heard about this deal, about the links to Tel, I said if I'm Tel, I would only join Tottenham on loan. I'm not joining them right now in the state they're in on a permanent and committing 5 years of my future here, because I don't know who the manager's going to be. I don't know all these different things, right? But if I would go on loan, because first of all they play a very attacking style. I can shine there. I can really, I can really show what I'm about with the playing time. And it looks as though he looked at the rumours are Arsenal didn't pulled out any deal. Man United couldn't get the funds together. I said with the Man United thing, they need Garnacho to leave. Obviously Rashford's left, but a lot of things needed to happen for them to get the money right. And now it looks as though with those deals out of the way, he's like, we've basically gone back saying, look, forget the permanent. We'll take you on loan, no buy option. Just come here and play and help us, and we'll take it from there in the summer. And it looks like we've got our man on loan for 6 months.
How much of a possibility is it that we end up making this permanent in the summer, and we put the money down that we offered?
Well, there's no buy option.
There is no buy option, but I'm saying, what is the possibility of us being able to convince him while he's here for these next 6 months?
Well, it depends. So let's say we win the Europa League, while he's here and he has a big part to play in it and he gets a lot of playing time, then maybe he can be convinced.
And also, when you're looking at the Europa League squad going into the next round, we need to take 3 men out the squad, right? Because we need to put Danso in, we need to put Spence in, and we need to put Tel in. Who are those 3 men?
So I think Dragoshin comes out because he's injured probably for the end of the season. Forster probably comes out. I don't know if Kinski...
Kinski's got to go in as well.
Kinski as well. Forster comes out. I think Werner probably has to come out. Timo comes out. And is there another one? Who else comes out? Is there anyone... No, Reguilon's already...
I can't believe we've got the Here We Go.
It's madness.
Live on stream here.
We got the Here We Go. But look, the reality is, as much as I'm delighted with this, it's just a straight loan. So obviously I would have been more excited if he had agreed that permanent transfer had been agreed. But I guess the good thing is we already have that agreement with Bayern for that price in January. So we have a basis of an agreement. Maybe if he does really well, they'll want more money in the summer. We'll have to wait and see. But if things do align and he does really well here, there is kind of a basis of an agreement potentially in the summer if things do go well. So that's really, really positive. But in terms of what he'll add to the team, we know he adds like that pace, that trickery, that unbelievable finishing ability. This guy has a brilliant finisher. He's one of the best youth talents that we've seen. Also, one thing that goes under the radar potential, I think he's really good friends with Wilson Odobert. They play together at youth level,
France, yeah.
Under 21 level. They play together a lot. So they're good mates. So maybe, if they can develop some sort of relationship on the pitch, on the wings as well, that could be really positive. Can play up front, can play off the left. I don't know how much he's played off the right, but definitely plays off the left and up front. He's been used to those positions, and he's someone who's got something to prove, wants to prove himself, wants to show that he's ready to start games at these levels consistently, and he's a very, very exciting talent. He adds to the numbers that we've needed. He adds to that forward line that we desperately needed. So it's a very exciting signing, but in terms of being too excited about him being here long term and beyond this season. It's hard to get maybe too excited about that kind of prospect until that kind of fleshes itself out.
Yeah, but like we keep saying, like we've said all stream, right? There's so much to play for this season. Just to have him from now to the end of the season is good. Kerry Hall.
That's a good point. Lancashire was part of the Europa squad, and he didn't qualify, did he? He wasn't one of the homegrown players, or was he?
I think you're right. Yeah.
So he comes out.
I think you're right. Kerry Hall, Bayern journalist for Sky, says whether Tel to Spurs will be straight loan or transfer is still in discussions, but it is more likely a loan at this stage. We have seen Romano get the nitty-gritties of a transfer wrong in the past.
He does jump the gun sometimes.
We have seen him getting wrong in the past, so maybe keep that one on ice, because Kerry Hall, who is very close to Bayern Munich, saying that not too sure just yet.
Yeah, but looks like we got the here we go. So I think if this deal breaks down from this point, I'll be astonished. I'm guessing.
I think he definitely comes to Spurs, but we're not 100% sure.
She said Kerry Hall is going to sign.
Yeah.
And Penalty Goal said Tel has changed his mind and is now on his way to Tottenham. So I guess at this point, yeah, maybe it was just a case. Oh look, there's a picture of him on the plane now.
Wow.
There's a picture of him on the plane on his way to London with his agent. Again, but Romano
Spurs OTM it's on.
Reiterates that there's no buy option. Romano says big surprise on deadline day. I guess, yeah, with United and all that kind of stuff, they just couldn't get it together.
Man City just signed Nico Gonzalez for 60 million.
Oh wow, that's also they just got the here we go there.
Yeah, the plane picture is on Fabrizio Romano's Twitter. Oh, there you go. So there's the picture of Mathys Tel on the plane with his agents on his way to London, on his way to Tottenham Hotspur, on his way to Hotspur Way.
Ben Jacobs reporting that Tel on his way on a straight loan. That's what he's saying. So it seems as though, I guess, look, until it's announced, we won't truly know, because sometimes they say these things and then the announcement is a bit different. I can't remember who it was. We signed someone. Everyone was reporting one thing, and then when the official announcement came, it turned out the structure was a bit different. So sometimes it is different. You won't know until it's announced, but incredible breaking news. Let's more from this is Tan Ziolic says Tel will join Tottenham. Striker was seduced by the new approach of Spurs and will commit today. Levy pushed until the end and managed to convince the striker.
Well, credit to Levy for getting this one over the line. As much as this window's still been a shit show, and I still back this window's been a shit show because deals needed to be done earlier with everything that's gone on. But we've got our man over the line, whether it be just until the end of the season. We're going to desperately need him.
Absolutely. So the fact, it's going to really help us with the cup competition. It's going to really help us, and also, could he be signed in time for Thursday?
Why
he will
not?
be. Yeah, he will be. He has to be, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely nuts. This is absolutely nuts. Well, look, whether it be loan or whatever, I'm just glad we've got someone through the door. And also, West Ham have just announced Evan Ferguson.
They got the here we go yesterday for Evan Ferguson. But in terms of how this is going to make the rest of the day look, we're still looking for one more centre-back, aren't we? So maybe there's more... kind of life in this transfer window. Maybe we will bring in one more. But I don't expect anything more than that.
And L'Equipe is still saying he could join on loan or on a permanent. That's what L'Equipe is saying. But maybe they're behind the other guys.
Yeah, look, we'll bring you more on that as things progress. But as it stands, we've got the here we go for Mathys Tel. He will be wearing a Spurs shirt by the end of the day. Hopefully we'll get the announcement as well and everything like that today or tomorrow. But Mathys Tel will be joining Spurs, whether it be on a 6-month loan deal, a permanent, a loan with an option, a loan with an obligation. It is looking like at this moment in time it will be just a 6-month straight loan with no option to buy. But we'll see what happens as things do progress. But unbelievable turn of events from Mathys Tel. And you know what? We play Manchester United in our next home game.
Exactly. The deadline day surprises are back. I love it. Absolutely love it. Come on. What unbelievable news on deadline day. Everyone's reporting it now. Yeah, loan deal. Alex Crook saying So it looks like it's going to be a straight loan, but you never know with if he does really well, if he really settles in here and he's makes friends and he absolutely smashes it out, and if we do, let's say, win the Europa and get into the Champions League next season, no reason why he might not want to stay. No reason.
Does he start on Thursday?
Does he start on Thursday? Probably not. I'll probably be on the bench because Son's in good form now. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see where he fits in at the moment and what kind of role he plays. But it's super exciting because he's such a talent and he brings something different to our forward line we didn't have. So incredible to get it done on deadline day. But yeah, let's hope there is we can get some sort of clause in there that we can make it permanent in the summer. But it looks as though it's just a straight loan. So is what it is, unfortunately, on that front.
All right, well, there you have it. Mathys Tel is joining Tottenham. He will be a Tottenham player for at least the remainder of the campaign. Let's get into some more super chats, then we'll get back into the reacts, which we got rudely interrupted by Mathys Tel and Florian Plettenberg. But Bink Store SG says, why not recall Ashley Phillips or Højbjerg? I don't think we can recall back Højbjerg because he's obligation to buy at the end, isn't he?
Yeah,
Højbjerg.
yeah.
So, and Ashley Phillips as well. I believe, I might be wrong on this, but it's something I read across social media that there was a date where we could have recalled certain loan players, but that date's passed.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. That's what Lily White Rose said. There was a specific. He said about Donnelly specifically, but maybe he means all the players that deadline's passed. So,
Chang, big up Chang says, I'd never have guessed it. I'd take 12 consecutive pre-match pump-ups appearances. Finally bask in the afterglow of a league win. All jokes aside, condolences to the Daniel family from Asia. And you know what, Chang, what a beautiful man this Chang is. Because I told the pump-up group about Grandpa the day after it happened, on the morning of the Brentford game. So, yeah, a couple of days after it happened. And I told them, obviously, don't say anything on social media. We want to, tell everyone and everything like that. And he actually wore black Spurs shirt in honour of Grandpa for the Brentford game on his watch along. So he didn't say anything, but that's what he did. So I want to thank you very much, Chang, for such a remarkable sign of respect. Kevin Estrada says, we are leaving in now. Joke. No, we're not leaving in now. Dark Sun G says, Tell in, Werner out, Dragshin in, Danso out, Forster out, Kinski in would be my choice for the knockout Europa League squad. Come on, you Spurs. Hope Tell can play against Liverpool.
And then Lancashire out and Tell in. So that's your four. So Werner, Dragashin, Forster, and Lancashire. Although Lancashire was he not on the B's one? But Tell's also 19, so could he be in the B one? I don't know how it works.
To be in the B list, don't you have to be at the club for a certain amount of time?
Yeah, potentially. I can't remember the rules. Yeah, maybe it's not that simple. I don't know, but we'll have to do some workings out. I'm sure we'll somehow fit them in. If it can't be Lancashire, who else would it be? Would it be trying to think? I can't really think of who else we can afford to leave out.
No one really.
Not really. Can't. Yeah.
Depends. Maybe depends on injuries as well. Like, if Odebear's back, will it be Odebear? I mean, would you
maybe Odebear?
Yeah,
it could be Odebear because because they're saying even though he's back in Feb, he could be a while till he's fully fit, and maybe just say leave him out of Europe and he can play in the Prem when he's fit.
Yeah. Phil P says Tell in and still Levy out.
Damn right.
Dark Sun G says Odebear will help Tell settle in as they are both French. Chang again says agents Kane and Dyer lending Son a helping hand in ATK. And Dark Sun G with another super chat says, and persuaded Tell like he always does. Come on, you Spurs.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I'm just reading one here from Le Parisien saying Spurs coach Ange Postecoglou had a long conversation with Tell to present his ideas and how he's going to use him. Tell changed his mind after the conversation and decided to join Tottenham.
And Matt Law says Tottenham have broadly agreed a deal to sign Tell on loan, although the exact structure of the deal is still yet to be formalised.
Who said that?
Matt Law.
The structure of the deal is still yet to be formalised.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. Okay. So maybe there will be some sort of buy option. That'd be nice.
Yeah. But look, let's get back into the reacts.
And we'll keep you updated anything else
Yeah,
we
we'll
hear,
keep
obviously.
you updated when anything happens. But on reacts, Tottenham did tweet saying the Premier League player of the match, and that was Jed Spence from the game yesterday. And what a monstrous display from our Jed.
Yeah, phenomenal. Deserved man of the match. I was saying this, he probably deserves... that picture's just missing a cigar, you know. You have that picture with a cigar. So phenomenal from Jed, and he's just going from strength to strength, and he seems to really excel against these really good wingers on that side defensively, and he seems to be growing and looking a lot more comfortable on the ball on that side as well. I'm just excited to see him on the right in his natural position, because I think we literally got 20 minutes of it against Southampton before he had to move over to the left, and he was brilliant. I don't think we've seen him since.
Yeah. He also sent
side.
out a tweet. I don't know if it's in the reacts, but he sent out a tweet after the game saying, "I'm hungry, let's eat."
Did he? Brilliant. Fantastic. Everyone's jumping on that. What's it called? Because Danso did that as well.
Oh, did he?
I think, was it Danso? Someone else did. I think it was Danso. Fantastic.
Tim Winston says, lads at We Are Tottenham TV, absolutely gutted to hear the news about Grandpa. Was a legend in every way. Thoughts with the family, and we'll be raising a glass to him on Thursday night. And obviously Tim Winston sings the songs within the stadium at halftime, pre-game and everything like that. So thank you very much, Tim. Spurs Army tweeted this out saying, this is quality. It would appear that Yang Min Hyuk has bought toys for a QPR attacker Paul Smith's child. Reminder that the 18-year-old winger is on loan from Tottenham and only joined QPR last week. That is wholesome.
Yeah, phenomenal. But, you know, we all know that the Korean people, they're all so much about respect. And, you know, I remember when Son first signed, he bought Korean food for the whole squad. He put on a whole thing. Like, they're always so great in those aspects. And looks like Yang Min Hyuk, you know, is also the same like that.
Absolutely. This was Kevin Danso watching the Spurs game yesterday, saying, let's go at Spurs official. Looking forward to seeing him on the pitch, that's for sure.
Great. He's fully coys already.
Yeah.
But he was permanent, wasn't he? So we've got him permanently.
25 million, yeah.
25 million.
Mari7, Sonny and Ange after the game yesterday sharing a hug.
Yeah, that's a nice moment after the game.
Scroll down. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Him and Ange, which is great to see. And there were some people who said that they didn't get on. There's a rumour about it. I don't know, but they seem to be all right. It's a nice moment. Son's definitely been stepping up in the last few weeks.
Yeah, definitely. Mari again saying, this is the perfect picture. Look at that.
It's a fantastic picture. Look, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
George Prophet says, gutted for all. Let's try and arrange in a minute's applause at the next home game. Today was for Grandpa. Come on, you Spurs.
Yeah, and I really did feel that way a lot of the time. Like watching the game, it was such a gritty performance. It was such a fighting, battling display, and really resonated with, you know, it's a lot of battling Grandpa did have to do in his last, year or so of life. And I thought it was beautiful to get that win yesterday for him.
KPV, sorry for your loss, mate. My thoughts and prayers are with you and your family. Rest in peace, legend. London Foot Golf Centre says, so sorry for your loss, lads. Some of your best streams included Grandpa and his passion for Spurs, and it's wonderful that you could share those moments together. Rest in peace, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying, come on, you Spurs.
I'm sure.
Absolutely.
I'm sure he'd love it. Thank you so much.
Jush King saying, my condolences, lads. He was a great man that I had the pleasure of meeting. Top guy and proper Spurs. May he rest in peace. Just Juve says, sincere condolences, my friends. Johnny H says, rest in peace. Sorry to hear your sad news. Ben and Sim wishing you a long life. Kate and Jimbo says, Jimbo and I are devastated for you and your family. The world is a darker place without Grandpa Brian in it. Sending you lots of love. Carefree Lewis says, God bless you both. Sorry for your loss. He was such a kind spirit. Blessed to have met him. Last Word on Spurs saying, on behalf of everyone at Last Word on Spurs, our thoughts and condolences are with both Ben and Sim at this impossibly sad time. We wish you both a long life and send our love to you and all the family. To Grandpa Brian, we hope that you rest in peace.
Thank you, Ricky.
Thank you. Yeah. Will May says, standing in front of you boys throughout our time at Wembley, I know how much your grandpa meant to you. Everyone loved him. He helped you grow your channel. He'll always be watching on and proud of where you go from here. I hope to see you both soon.
Oh, lovely message.
Anfield Agenda said, so sorry for your lost, lads. R.I.P. Brian. Georgia Killier says, really, really sorry to hear that, guys. My condolences to you both on the rest of you and the rest of your family. Talk THFC says, really, really devastated by this. He was a legend. So sorry, lads. And that's just like a tiny
literally.
snippet of what's come through.
Such amazing messages from everyone, and I can tell, as I say, I can tell you my family been reading them. It means so much to them as well. They've really been moved by the amount of messages and support and love that have come through, and it's really been incredible. It's really been something to behold, to be honest. That the level, just the sheer scale of it's just been astonishing. It really has, and it's really touched all of us.
Hotspur Reports tweeted this out saying, this is what it means. And look at Pedro Porro after the game yesterday.
Yeah, I think you could see after the game there was that a huddle they did, and maybe they'll bring it up, but you can really see that they needed that the whole squad needed that yesterday, and it was a big moment for them.
Incredibility says, adventure, excitement, completely shutting down Brian and Buemo. This Jedi craves all these things, and that's the picture I made on AI after I can't remember which game it was, but after another man match display from Jed Spence. Chris Cowlin says, Brentford 0, Spurs 2. Such an important win for Tottenham today. Jed Spence was excellent again, and that was just the team in a huddle. Was it prior to the game or after the game yesterday?
That was after the game. Yeah, I'm saying they did a huddle after the game.
Lovely.
And which I think again shows the togetherness of the squad. I've seen, as I said before, I've seen other, not you, I'm saying other content creators I've seen on the platform after some defeats have suggested it's clear now that the players are no longer playing for Ange, and it's obvious, and all these different things, and I've never really subscribed to that. And I think, seeing how much that win meant to them, I think yesterday, I think it just goes to show that they really are fighting for him. And look, it was a big win, big performance, and let's see how the season plays out.
Jed, this is the tweet I was talking about from Jed Spence. I'm hungry, let's eat.
100%. And with the amount of football he played during the first half of the season, I'm sure he's starving. So
yeah, there's a really insightful thread here from the Euroexpert on Kevin Danso that I suggest that you all go and read. I mean, it's
fantastic stuff.
It'll take about half an hour to get through the whole thread, so it gives you a real insight of what Kevin Danso is actually about. So go over to the Euroexpert and check that one out. Maybe we'll bring out a video over the next couple of days about stats and what he's about. Lily White Lab says, Kevin Danso, 25 years old from Lens. Since moving to Lens in 2021, Danso has developed and improved at an impressive rate, possessing immense physicality and the pace to play in Postecoglou's high line. I believe he also counts as homegrown due to his time in Reading and MK Dons Academy.
Yeah, obviously not homegrown from a European, I don't think, point of view, but in the Premier League, I think.
Oh, I see. What is the next one? The next one goes back to the Elfsborg game. Mikey Moore broke a European record for the youngest English player to score in Europe competition history, and he broke Jimmy Greaves' record.
Which is, mad.
Jimmy Greaves was 17-year-old, 245 days. Mikey Moore, 17-year-old, 172 days.
Just goes to show how much. It just goes to show what a talent he is, I think.
Yeah. This one is just a Sonny reaction. I mean, I don't know what that reaction is. Someone says Sonny's expression is just so cute.
Yeah, of course he is. He's very cute.
Spurs Express saying what it means, and Dane Scarlett saying thank you, GOAT, thank you, and Mikey Moore says idol, and that's in reply to as well the tweet after the game with Sonny taking a selfie yesterday, or a picture with the three goal scorers in Mikey Moore, Dane Scarlett, and Damola Ajayi. Yeah,
they absolutely adore Sonny, don't they? He's such a icon for them, and you can see how much they respect him, look up to him.
And Mikey just quote retweeting the one about his record, saying, an unbelievable night for me and my family. Thank you, Spurs fans, for your support as always. Big up to Mikey. And look what it meant to the Spurs bench as well. If you just scroll down, look how they celebrated Mikey Moore's goal. Van der Ven giving the nod of approval. Look at that. I love it.
Fantastic. Oh, fantastic.
So scroll down.
They're all so happy for him, aren't they? And they know how much it meant to him. And that's a lovely moment as well. You should look at Rishi as well off the bench. They will probably all see, how much he's a Tottenham fan, how much it means to him on the training ground. And that moment, you can see it brings everyone together.
Yeah, and Ange said it after the game. He said that if these guys weren't footballers, they'd be in the stands right now.
Absolutely.
Spurs tweeted out after the game 3 of our own first Spurs goals for our 3 academy graduates, Dane Scarlett, Damola Ajayi and Mikey Moore. And I guess we'll just look at this one from James Maddison on Twitter. If you scroll down, this one from Maddison says, hope Radu's okay, Mickey's back, Dane Scarlett bagsman, Damola debut goal, Mikey Moore's first goal, top 8 secured, come on you Spurs. And we're missing Maddison at the moment.
Definitely. Hopefully not too long before he's back.
And look at this picture with Gareth Bale and Dane Scarlett at the club.
Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Love that.
And last one that we'll look at is the one below from Ajayi. Just look what it meant to him. And just he was the biggest shock out of the lot because nobody thought he would even get on the pitch.
Yeah, and he came on within, I think, with his first touch, he got a goal. And what a brilliant goal it was. And Scarlett to assist it as well. Just a great moment all round for everyone. And so brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
So that is how the internet did react to the last 3 days of Spurs news. So big up to all of you guys that got involved. In terms of...
Ornstein's just done an update. It says, Tel travelling to London ahead of deadline day switch. Agreement reached for 19-year-old forward to join Tottenham on loan, but structure still to be ironed out before move done.
Did you read out this one by Tanzolik saying Tel joining Tottenham on the previously agreed 60 million transfer is still a possibility?
No, I didn't read that out. So
that's what he said in the last, 5 minutes actually. Tel joining Tottenham on the previously agreed 60 million transfer fee is still a possibility. The player must decide if he wants to agree that or to a loan.
Everyone else is reporting loan though.
This guy's quite reliable.
Yeah, he is. Plettenberg says, incredible twist. Tel will undergo his medical with Tottenham. Is expected to be a loan without an option to buy. Final details pending. He's on his way to London, but Tel now on the verge of joining Spurs as exclusively revealed. Well.
Such an unbelievable turn of events today. Unbelievable.
Out of nowhere.
Are we going to get that defender in that we need? Do we even need another defender to come in?
I mean, preferably yes. But then Ali Gold now. Here we gold. Spurs expected to complete deadline day move for Tel. Exact structure of the deal still to be finalised. Could be a straight loan, but Tottenham would prefer a more permanent arrangement. So it looks like Tottenham is still fighting for some permanency in the deal.
Well, what we do know is that Tel is definitely coming to Tottenham from now until the end of the season at the very minimum.
Which is fantastic news. Really, really fantastic news. We've got our man. Somehow we've got this one out of nowhere. A major U-turn from Tel. The Ange pull is back. So one of those rejections can be struck off the list for this month. I think it's fair to say.
Romano says that Tottenham will cover his full salary until June. No buy option included. Tel will be back in Bayern in June.
Wow.
Super chat from Charlie V says, wait, what? Waking up to this news. Come on, you Spurs.
Yeah, get with the programme. Mathys Tel is on his way to Tottenham. Absolutely incredible stuff. We've got him to agree. And it looks like we have got our man. It's still to be determined, it looks like. It's a straight loan or option to buy or maybe even a permanent, but it looks like it's going to be a straight loan. Julian Laurent says, Ange spoke to Tel earlier today and convinced him to join. The Spurs boss played a major role in getting him to join, he says.
All right. That Ange methods of persuasion has worked on a lot of players.
A couple of super chats.
Yeah, Arav Kumar says, DISASI is slower than the GTA loading screen. Him in the Ange backline will be a horror show. Happy if we don't ever sign another centre-back than DISASI. If we don't even sign another centre-back than DISASI. Would you rather a no centre-back over DISASI? DISASI or nothing?
If it's a permanent, then yes, I'd rather nothing. If it's a loan, I'll do a loan.
Quado Boateng says, I can't imagine how sad you guys must be. Condolences to you and your family. Grandpa clearly pushed the team to win on the weekend, then pushed Tel to sign. He will push Salah off the pitch on Thursday.
Absolutely right. Thank you, Quado. Really, really lovely message.
And Dark Sun G says, Tel can play anywhere across the front three, right? Yeah, I feel like his strongest positions are left and centre and maybe the most weakest on the right.
Yeah, let's see if how much he's actually ever played on the right in his career. But I know majority has been left and centre. That's when I was doing my research. But yeah, it looks like he hasn't really played any games on the right.
Nick Lazy 8 says, clearly Grandpa Brian is working his magic over the end of this window. A true Tottenham man forever.
Absolutely. He's played 14 games on the right wing in his career.
14.
Yeah, 34 on the left, 33 in the centre, 14 on the right.
How many games has he played in general in his career?
What was that? In general, I'd have to... 104. So
14 of those have been on the right-hand side.
14 out of 104. So under about 15%.
Be interesting to see where we initially use him. Probably up front, won't it?
Well, yeah, I guess we're rotating him with Richarlison, but then obviously it's going to limit Scarlett a bit. Yeah, on the left, we've got Son, obviously in great form. Maybe, obviously, as an alternative to Son for now, with Mikey Moore predominantly being used on the right. To maybe on the right. Maybe we'll get him on the right with Decky, because at the moment it's literally Decky and Moore at the moment. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be very interesting. Maybe Son will play up front some games and he'll be used on the left. Maybe that'll be it. Or Son should get a rest.
Yeah. Andrew Din says, Ben, Sim, totally surprised to see you guys back this early. Rest in peace, Grandpa. His memory lives on with you and with us on this channel. Yeah, to be honest, we didn't know when we were going to come back, but he would have wanted us to carry on. That's the reality. You know, he took so much pride in this channel and just took so much pride in working ethic in general. And his last work meetings before he sadly passed away was literally last week.
Yeah, mental. Literally never, ever stopped
He could barely speak, but he was still taking meetings.
Yeah, it was incredible. He's such a amazing man. And yeah, it's tough. It was, we weren't sure whether today, we'd be able to do it, but thanks to all you guys and all your messages, it's really, really helped, and it's helped us, get through it, get back onto things. Obviously, we're still, in mourning, and we're going to be spending a lot of time with the family over the next week. But just thought it was important to try and get back into the swing of things.
Yeah. Egil Anderson says, "Rest in peace, Grandpa. Come on, you Spurs." And Daniel Todoro says, "We are all Grandpa. Big win yesterday. The boys did right by him. Rest in peace. All the best to you and your family, gents." Thank you very much, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's just mind-blowing. Like, I've said it so many times throughout this stream, but it's just mind-blowing the amount of messages that have come through, the amount of people that were just, touched by him.
Yeah.
Dark Sun G, another one, says, Tel competition for Johnson on the right wing and Richie and Dom for striker. I mean, I just don't think Tel will be competition on the right-hand side. It's just not his position.
Yeah, unless we, think he can be good there, But from what I can see, he definitely prefers to play off the left or up front. Another one from Matt Card. One sec. Oh, no, you just read that, did you?
I didn't read it. I just put it up. I thought you were reading it.
So sorry for your loss, lads. Great to have you back today, and this community is a testament to you and your granddad and what you've built together. Come on, you Spurs, and he's clearly working his magic already. Yeah, absolutely. This community has been an unbelievable support. It's been so great to have all you guys show your love and support, and the amount of stories you've been telling, you really, I think a lot of you just really understood my grandpa. Really, it was infectious through the screen, and you really got him, I think, and that really touches my heart, because you could see what we saw every day with him, and I just think it's a beautiful thing. I really do.
Well, definitely working his magic, Grandpa. Don't know what more there is to say. It's just unbelievable. I wonder if there's going to be any more news coming in terms of Spurs transfers from now to the end of the window. Do you think we'll get one more, or do you think that's it?
Can
you imagine? That Spurs web says, if we could get Guehi over the line before 11 p.m, would you say that's a 10 out of 10 window?
It's hard to not be happy with that, but there's no chance we get Guehi this window. No chance. Although
you would have woken up, said no chance for Tel.
Yeah, probably. You're probably right about that. Albeit, to be fair, when I saw that things were clearly not working with United, and I also saw the Arsenal thing, he said that Arsenal weren't interested. I was like, it kind of leaves only Tottenham, really. So unless he's going to stay, I think if he really does want to move, then that's why I was thinking maybe this whole thing about he's the one who wants to move. I was thinking maybe it's Bayern pushing that because they want to sell him. But maybe it's true. Maybe it clearly is true because he's agreed a loan deal. He just wants out. So if that was the case, then, but it does kind of feel like we're getting someone who's kind of just, the other clubs, we're the third choice. That is the reality. So there is something to say about that. But I think all this stuff about Ange convincing him all this, I'm sure he did have a conversation with Ange, but I do think a lot of it's just probably PR and trying to, Tottenham putting out there that they really convinced him to come here and all this kind of stuff. Where I just think they couldn't get a deal agreed with United or Arsenal, and he's like, you know what, it's better than going to Spurs for 6 months and sitting on the bench. Yeah. That's probably what he's thinking.
Andrew Din says, have nothing to play for in the league can be a blessing in disguise. Maybe Levy let Ange rest players in the league, prioritise the cup. Any cup wins, we're back in Europe regardless of our league position.
Yeah, that's obviously, look, the reality is that's pretty much our only way back in Europe is through the cups. So that is the reality. Obviously, FA Cup is Europa League, League Cup is Conference League, and Europa League is Champions League. Yeah. So there is still options for all three to get in all three. So that's going to be the best way rather than finishing in the top 7.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see.
I'm just ferociously trying to scroll through social media to see if there's anything else about the deal or any new players.
Yeah, I think we'll see if... I think this deal will have to be done first before any... Well, I guess we have to start looking at other players if we're going to go for another centre-back. I think I got a feeling that this will be the last one. I can't see us getting another player. But, look, who knows? Who knows at this point? Because it's taken us
7-8 hours to go.
Yeah, and Lange does like to work in the shadows. To be fair, I mean... this Tel deal, I know we had an agreement, but it's kind of come out of nowhere in terms of the U-turn. I guess the U-turn was always going to come out of nowhere because it's a U-turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is what a U-turn is.
But then Danso came out of nowhere, and within an hour or whatever it was agreed.
Hijack, yeah.
That was also, that definitely came out of nowhere. Kinski came out of nowhere. So he definitely just likes to...
There's going to be one more twist and turn in the puzzle.
Can never rest with Tottenham. Can never rest. When you never know. You never know. There's always maybe one more deal left in the pipeline.
You're looking at Manchester United though. Let Rashford go, and it looks like they're not getting anyone in.
Yeah, it's a bit. Yeah, I mean, Tel. They really did want Tel, but it seems as though it was relying on Garnacho leaving, and I think Garnacho's had a couple of good games. But I think I know they agreed Dorgu, that'll help them. But, I know they lost it. The problem with them, like compared to us, when they look at the situations that we're both in, I know they're above us at the moment. But the reality is they've been playing with their full-strength team. They've had a few injuries, but not to the same extent we have. They've had pretty much players that they know the only ones that are going to be available for the foreseeable playing. So I think when you look at Amorim, how you're judging him, it's just a different case to Ange, where we've had 11, 12, 13 players out for the last stretches, and when we get these players back, there's a belief that these things will turn. Where United, it's like they're losing all these games, and it's like, when is it going to turn? Really, it's hard to see.
And they've let Rashford go. They've let Anthony go. And by the way, Anthony got man of the match on his debut for Betis, and they're struggling to put balls in the back of the net or create chances. Never mind put balls in the back of the net.
Yeah,
you know,
a lot of Man United fans seem to be crying on social media at the moment through missing out on Mathys Tel.
A couple more super chats here. One from Francie saying, "Sending love to you and your family. Your grandpa was an inspiration to me. Always positive and fully coy. A huge loss to our community. Your grandpa was and is a true legend."
Yeah, I think a huge inspiration is. An inspiration is definitely the best way to put it. He was an inspiration to our whole family, and it's just amazing to see how much of an inspiration he was to the wider community as well.
Thank you so much, Francie, for that super chat. And Dark Sun G again with the super chat says, "Also within this month, all our injured players return according to football injuries. So if we get one more centre-back signing, then we can save our season. Come on, you Spurs."
Yeah, I believe that. I've always believed that. What's
the highest do you think we can finish in the league this season?
I would say,
if we go on an unbelievable run of form.
So we've got 14 games left. So how many points to play for? 14 times 3. So it's 42 points to play for. So that's the highest we can finish now is 69 points. That's if we win every game.
Yeah.
27 plus 42. Yeah, 69. So even that would probably, I don't know if you even get top 4 with that. So I would say, let's say
Wait, what's the highest we can finish?
69 points.
And who's on 69 points?
No one.
Oh, no one.
No, I'm saying, but
we can still win the league then. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we can still win the league. Yeah, come on, it's already saying over. So 60. Look, we're not going to finish with 69 points. Let's say we go on a crazy run. We finish on like 50. Like even with a crazy one, that's still you're probably looking at in the 50s to be lucky to get there. So let's say we finish on like 58 points. We just miss out on 58 points. I reckon maybe 8th. That would be somewhat.
8th would be an unbelievable return.
It would be a good recovery. 8th would mean, so 58. So 58 would be 58 divided by 14. That's, is that right? No, 14 divided by. No, I'm trying to work out. 58, sorry. That would be 58 minus 27. So 31 points. 31 divided by 14. That's 2.2 points per game. That would be a serious run of form. That would mean winning like 10 of the last 14 games. Winning 10 and drawing 1. 10 wins and 1 draw. That's 58 points out of the last 14. That means only losing another 3 games when we've lost, 13. So even that is very fanciful. So I think, look, Chelsea are 18 points away from that total, which is another 6 wins. So I think, unfortunately, the damage has been done in the league, it's fair to say, in terms of getting anywhere significant. Just try and finish anywhere between like 13th and 8th. Just make it somewhat respectable in a way, and try and do something in the cups. That's the way forward. And I guess try and win more than 1 cup. Just put all your eggs in the cups. And why not? Why not? We can do it. I really believe that. I really believe we can do it.
If we finish in the top half and win a trophy this season, I'll be fully Angin.
But he's back on the train.
Not yet. I'm not back on the train at all, but I feel like...
I said you'll be back on the train.
If we do that, if we finish in the top half, that would mean a really good run of form from now to the end of the season in the league and win a cup. Then I think, that's... He'll deserve to keep his job.
I think if we're in Europa League, I think regardless of where we finish, as long as it's not like 17th, 16th, if we can finish, close to the top half or whatever and win Europa League, I think that'll be pretty good. I think he'd probably keep his job. If it's Carabao and bottom half, depending on how badly we end the season, I think there'll be a discussion to be had. If it's FA Cup,
I just feel like if we get our players back and we just don't go on a run of form, then that'll be telling for me in terms of where my position will be on Ange.
he would have to win a. Yes, pretty much. I think he pretty much. If he doesn't win a cup this year, I think it's going to be hard for him to keep his job.
Yeah.
In all honesty, but even if he doesn't win a cup, and let's say we win the last, I don't know, 7 games of the season, and he doesn't win a cup, and we don't make it into the maybe European places, but he's showing real potential, he probably will keep his job. To be honest, if we do, it all depends. You know, momentum's a strong thing, and perception, all these different things. I think it's all very strong, but I think if he wants to be sure of keeping his job, I think he's got to win a trophy. I think, and probably Europa League. I think Daniel Levy will probably be kissing his feet if he wins the Europa League, getting into the Champions League from this position.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah.
Regardless of where we finish.
If we win Europa League and get into the Champions League, does Tel sign on a permanent?
So it's impossible to say at this point. But I would say, one sec. Tottenham had interest in signing DISASI on loan, but are now looking elsewhere. That's Matt Law, obviously. And Sky Sports say Tel has just landed at Farnborough Airport ahead of a proposed move. Does Tel sign on permanent? All depends on how much playing time he's had, how well he's been doing in the system. If he's come in, he's starting most games and he's smashing it, he's getting loads of goals and assists, he's really settled in, and we win Europa League and we get into the Champions League, I think there's a good chance he signs, because we've shown we're prepared to make the deal permanent. We've shown that willingness. We've shown we really want him. We're willing to put the money down. If we're willing to make the deal permanent, that means we'll probably would have agreed wages with him. So I think there's a good chance that he'll probably want to stay. As why he's got his mate here, Odebear, as well. So maybe there's a good chance. But I think at this point it's way too early, because we could win Europa League and let's say we win it, but he hasn't really had anything to do with it and he's been out of the team, then he won't sign. But yeah.
Howie EIS says, so sorry for your loss. Grandpa was our Zadie. Great news regarding Tel. Window not looking so bad. Big up to you, Howie. And Graves,
I mean, as an overall picture, you say it looks all right, but we all know that, yeah, unfortunately, as I said, the damage has been done by not doing this earlier. That's just the truth. Regardless, we could sign Mbappe today. I mean, obviously that'd be great, but but the damage has been done. You know what I mean? So it's already happened.
Graham, big up, lad. Sorry for your loss. Rest in peace, Grandpa.
And also, thank you, Graham, by the way. But to Howie, he said Grandpa was our Zadie, and it reminds me of what John Cooper used to say, and he used to call him the people's grandpa.
He said he left a comment, and he also messaged me last night. John Cooper said he was all of our grandpas.
The people's grandpa, which is a great way.
That's what people would just used to come up to him in the stadium and just like, "You're right, Grandpa."
Yeah, Grandpa. Yeah, everyone's grandpa. Which I don't know how much he would have enjoyed, because he didn't like being called Grandpa. He thought it made him sound old. But
I think when the channel came and then he started getting the recognition for being Grandpa, I think he started to really like it.
Yeah, for sure.
But at the beginning, well, not at the beginning, but you know, when we first started going football regularly together, he used to be like, "Don't call me Grandpa; it makes me feel old." And I'd be, "Well, what do you want me to call you then?" And
whenever
call me mate, call me Brian.
Call me. He used to say, "We're not just grandpa and grandson; we're mates, we're friends." And I always I definitely felt that, and we were definitely friends on top of just being, grandparent and grandfather. And also, whenever we used to go to the cricket, we used to take the bus to the cricket to go to Lords, and if there wasn't a seat, I'd always if I found a seat and there wasn't one for him, I always obviously get up and let him sit down. He always be like, "Oh, don't get up for me, I can stand. I'm not that old, you don't have to get up." He's like, "I hate it when people get up for me to let me sit down." I was like, "Grandpa, I'm not going to obviously just sit here while you're standing. You're going to have to sit." And he's like, no, you're sitting. He refused. He would plop me back down on the chair.
End up both standing.
Yeah, pretty much. We'd end up both standing. Yeah, that's usually what would happen.
Yeah, what a man, what a guy. So basically, the latest is that Mathys Tel has landed at Farnborough Airport ahead of his proposed move to Tottenham Hotspur. So he has landed in the country. Let's hope Man U don't come in last minute.
Yeah, another. Look, one U-turn's already happened. Let's just hope not hope for another. Apparently, there was one report saying that Arsenal were interested, but they wanted a permanent deal. And I don't know, maybe for some reason he just doesn't want a permanent. Maybe he does just want to stay at Bayern. He only wants to play and go on loan. Maybe that is the reality. Because it seems as though any permanent deal hasn't really happened. Don't know. Maybe it's just a case of he just wants to go on loan and play, and then wants to come back to Bayern and be a legend there.
It's mad though. Man United are going now into the rest of the season with only Garnacho, Ahmad, Xerxes and Højlund as their attacking options.
Obviously, Bruno can play there potentially.
But he usually plays him in a deeper midfield role.
It's not great, is it? It's not great.
And
How many
Chris
points?
Wheeler is saying that Man United are not expected to make any signings today.
They got the Ali Gold tweet. Ali
Yeah.
Cold. Wow. Well, that doesn't bode well for them. But then they're in a similar position to us in a sense that I don't think, even if they made signings, what was really going to happen for them. I guess the main thing...
They're in Europa League just
the
like
main
we
thing
are.
is Europa League. Yeah, the main thing is they're
Are they
challenging
in the
us
FA
in
Cup
Europa.
still?
Yeah, they beat Arsenal.
Yeah, they're in the FA Cup.
Yeah. So I guess it's good news for us in terms of them challenging us for Europa League.
Rob Frank says, rest in peace, Grandpa Brian. Sorry for your loss, lads. He was and is a true Spurs legend. I read that already, didn't I? And Jordan says, did you guys read the Guehi news? 60 million rejected. Have you not been watching the stream, guys?
Come on, Jordan. We're going for nearly 2.5 hours.
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
not really much to report at the moment. It's just like we're just a bit dumbfounded by the Tel news and also the reaction that all you guys have given us for my grandpa. It's just unbelievable. Just checking social media to see.
Yeah, we're just seeing if there's any more news filtering through. Obviously, when there's an official announcement, we'll keep everyone updated.
That'll probably come tomorrow, won't it?
Tomorrow?
Or do you think it'll come today?
Yeah, today. Why would it come tomorrow?
Don't know. Spurs like to take their time on these things, don't they?
I think it should come to. I think it will be announced. Well, they have to announce it before the deadline, unless it's for some reason cut so close to the deadline they have to put in a deal sheet. They have to announce it before the deadline, so there will be an announcement. Whether there'll be a whole video and all that.
That's
stuff.
what I mean. I mean by like that.
Yeah,
kind of
interviews and stuff. Maybe that'll be tomorrow, but I think there'll definitely be an announcement. Incredible, though. It's been an incredible day so far. Maybe Kane put in a good word, say, just go. You have to go. You have to give it a try. What a club. Maybe he said, hey, it's not too bad. You can go there for 6 months. Yeah, that's what he said.
Just make sure you don't put in an obligation.
Yeah, exactly. You can dip your toe in. Just make sure you don't get chained to that place like he was for 10 years. How I tried for 10 years to get out. Make sure you don't sign any long-term deals.
Let me just look at the squad and predict what number he's going to get. So Danso's number 4. What is
Danso's number 4?
11, I guess. I guess he'll be number 11.
Number 11, taking Brian Hill's number.
I prefer to call it Eric Lamella's number.
Eric Lamella's number. Someone said Plettenberg just said straight loan. Was he confirmed that? I mean, I guess everyone's kind of. Let's see, was he done an update?
He's live on Sky now, apparently.
See? Where's the? I don't know where the remote is. Where did I put it? Oh, it's over there.
I need some more. Oh yeah, Andrew did say Bale's number.
Bale's number. Yeah, I'm trying to think if. Let's see if he's on. Let's see if he's saying anything interesting. Oh, he's gone off now. Milan close to agreeing Joao Felix. That's what they're just reporting now. That's breaking news on Sky Sports.
Who?
Milan close to agreeing Joao Felix. Man City making another sign. So Man City, apparently this guy, he can play in the 6.
Oh really?
8 in the 6. So yeah, so they got their guy maybe.
They got battered to Arsenal and they said
Yeah,
enough's
like,
enough.
you know what? Let's just release the coffers.
So Man City have gone hard this window.
They have.
Marmoush, Kuzanov, Gonzalez.
Yeah, I do.
Tel's going to score the winner.
I do wonder if he does
Anfield.
too well, where the Bayern are just going to be like, we want him back. Probably. I think from the fact that he didn't want the permanent, and the fact that this is a straight loan with no option, I think it just seems very unlikely he'll stay. You never know. You never know in football, but I would say it's unlikely. It means he'll ever have a long-term future at Tottenham. But 6 months could be just good for that amount of time anyway. If it helps us achieve what we need to, then it'll be worth it.
George you with the members chat saying sending condolences to both of you for your sad loss. Thank you very much, George.
Thanks, George, and thank you for the nice messages you've been putting on the post as well. I've seen them. Appreciate you, George. Long time watcher of the channel. Big up to you.
Oh wow, so generous, Essa. Essa has just sent us an unbelievably generous super chat. 2 of them.
2 of them. 2?
No, it's the same one. No, I think it's... Is it 2 of them?
Can't tell. For some reason it says... I think it's just 1.
S.L. Shamari says, hey lads, sorry for your loss. Grandad was an amazing person and a great guy. Every time he came on the channel, it put smiles on everyone's faces. Sorry for your loss. Let's make Grandad proud and get a trophy home this season. Rest in peace, Grandpa. Come on, you Spurs.
Thank you so much, Essa. I know, again, another long-time viewer of the channel, Essa. And it's so great to hear that how much joy and he brought to everyone, because he brought that to us for sure, and the fact that we were able to share that with everyone is something that's amazing. And the fact that you say you put a smile on your face whenever I hear that, it makes me smile, because it's just amazing to hear, because whenever I saw him, he put a smile on my face too, and it's great.
So generous though, Essa. We can't be thankful enough. Unbelievable.
Thank you so much, Essa.
The love pouring through for Grandpa. That's just what encapsulated him.
And it's what it's always been about. And it's just what's always followed him around. So that's kind of
what's his essence.
Yeah, exactly.
So Asensio has joined Villa. So they've signed Asensio and Rashford.
And Marlon.
And Daniel Marlon, yeah.
Not sure about Asensio. Is he another just like, I don't know, like Coutinho, like comes up with the odd banger, but is he actually any good?
I'm not sure about Rashford either,
Yeah, I'm not sure about Rashford either. He's at Tottenham. Let's hear what he's saying.
Well, here's Michael Bridge at Tottenham. Let's hear what he has to say for himself. We're now doing a Sky Sports News watch-along. Oh my God. Someone's just bought a Grandpa t-shirt from the shop.
Oh,
One of these. Incredible.
unbelievable.
Travis Kendall. Big up to you.
Thank you so much, Travis. Big up to you, Travis.
Ajnav saying Ange is rizzing up players to come in.
He's saying it's to be confirmed still, the details, although there are multiple reports about a straight loan.
Vishal I missed his super chat. Let's see if I can find it. Can't seem to find it, Vishal. Here we go. Happy and sad at the same time for Tel. That's a super chat. What's he saying?
He was talking about what caused the U-turn. He was saying that it's this conversation he had with Ange, he claims. He said he's a really great character and he's really great in the dressing room.
We need some more transfer news. Unbelievable as well. Nearly 2,500 people watching. Pretty much been watching all stream as well for 2.5 hours here on transfer deadline day. Nearly 1,000 likes as well on the stream. 974 likes. Big up to each and every one of you. Smash that like button. And if you are new around here, smash that subscribe button as well.
Big up everyone in the chat today. Really does help us. Really does help with the support as well. So really appreciate everyone who's tuning in. No, he was just saying that he had this really long chat with Postecoglou and how he sees himself in the team, and that really he apparently had this chat this morning, and how that really went a long way to convincing Tel to have a U-turn. But I think it's more the fact that they couldn't agree a loan deal with United. He wanted to go on loan, and if they couldn't agree that, then he'd rather just come to Spurs on loan probably than sit on the bench.
Just sitting on the bench and doing nothing.
I think he didn't want to come permanently, and that was our original offer. And now there's a straight loan on the table. He was like, all right, I'll do that. I think that's probably what's probably happened.
Look, the main thing, the first and foremost.
Oh my word!
What?
On the super chat.
Oh my God, LA Baller. So generous, guys. I'm actually gobsmacked and blown away by your generosity.
Wow.
He says, sorry to hear about your loss. Grandpa will be fondly remembered. Rest in peace. Come on, you Spurs. I mean,
it's amazing.
You guys, the We Are Tottenham community have really pulled together around us over the last 24 hours, and it's just blows my mind.
That's crazy. LA Baller, wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable.
You know, like, when Grandpa just, sees all the messages about him, over the last week or month, or whenever we mentioned him and he wasn't doing well, how he loved just like scrolling through them. Even before, he was ill and people used to comment about him, like what he would do to be here right now and just see all the love that's pouring through for him. You know?
He would absolutely loved it. Yeah, it hurts a bit, the fact that, he's not able to see this. I'm sure he's watching from high above and he's, watching us down here. But I know how much it meant to him, seeing all those messages of support when he was still alive and when he was ill. It really meant the world to him. It meant the absolute world to him. It was something that really, he really felt. And this is something that I'm sure it would have meant the world to him. And it means the world to our family who are watching, who are looking at the comments, and it means absolutely everything to them.
You guys are so special. You guys are really special, the way you're pulling around us and showing the support that my grandpa deserved.
Yeah, don't think I can thank all you guys enough out there for just, the support you've you've given us over these last 24 hours. It's just been immeasurable for us and for the whole family as well. It's just been mind-blowing, and they've been, even during the stream, they've been messaging me just, you know, with comments and saying how amazing it is. They're blown away. It's just it's really special. It really has been very, 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 very special for everyone in this, what has been a really, really difficult few days for everyone. So it really has helped. So I wanted to thank everyone from the bottom of our hearts, which has been, it's been amazing.
Another super chat here from Miles Langridge saying, imagine the shithousery when Tel scores against United next Sunday.
Oh man.
Sunday week, yeah.
Here we go. Oh wait. Nothing. It's just apparently Nazar Kinsella is also saying it's the exact structure still to be agreed. Apparently there was a big Arsenal account who apparently the Tel's agent posted a picture of him on his on a private jet on his and he said on his way to London, and a big Arsenal account tweeted it saying, "Oh my God, he's come to Arsenal."
Is it Eduardo Hannigan?
Yeah,
him.
Yeah, he tweeted it saying Tel's on his way to London with the eyes and stuff. So funny. Little did he know.
Well, he's not signed and sealed and delivered yet.
KF says we can only register 3 new players for the Europe knockout stages out of Kinski, Spence, Danso and Tel. Well, that's a bit of a problem. I think that is right. I think there is a limit on 3. I think that's what...
Well, if that's the case, I leave Kinski out.
Kinski out. So we have Vicario and Austin. That's what Kinski plays in the Prem.
Well, look, he's a 21-year-old goalkeeper.
Yeah, but he's come to play, I think.
He has come to play, but he's also come as a backup for Vicario.
Kinski, Spence, Danso, Tel.
Maybe Kinski takes the FA Cup.
FA Cups, yeah. Some Prem games.
Evan Bin with the super chat saying, I'm so sorry to hear the news about your Gramps. May he rest in peace. I just have to say I love to see 2 signings in the final 3 days of the window.
Well, it's better than nothing. And look, I think when all's said and done, these are if we've signed 3 signings, it's good signings overall. But you know, unfortunately, where we are in the league, it just, you know, we didn't have to be this low down if we got some earlier. So it's cost us not signing earlier. That's the reality. It's really cost us badly. But
as much as it has cost us in terms of our league position, it could really enhance us in terms of our cup competitions.
Yeah,
from now to the end of the season.
Agreed. If we stay in them in this next week.
Yeah,
it's a big weekend, and yeah, massive.
But they can all play.
Thursday, Sunday.
They can play against Liverpool. They can play against Villa.
They can all play.
So it could have a very big impact whether we stay in these tournaments or not.
They can all play, but also they're, you know, going to get thrown in if they do play. That is because they're going to would have been.
Like you said last night in the group, Kinski got thrown in, and that wasn't a bad.
It's true, but you know, throwing in 2. You know, plus
we don't have to throw in all of them at the same time, but they can all come off the bench and make an impact as well.
Yeah, but it's just, you know, you don't sign players for one game, do you? You know what I mean? So that's the truth. If they would have signed earlier, they could have been settled in by the time these games came around. But anyway, it hasn't happened. But you're right, they are going to be available for Thursday and Sunday, and that's going to be an exciting prospect. And hopefully they can make an impact, and somehow we can just make our way through this these cup ties. If we get through both these, or at least one of them, if we can get through at least one of these cup ties, on preferably both, but if at least one, then we're still in a good position to do something special, I think, this year.
Absolutely. I just really hope there's one more in the mix. I just don't think there will be.
Yeah, I don't think there will be. I think we're probably done after Mathys Tel.
Can Ali Gold just give us that tweet, please?
There's a Spurs fan who just tweeted saying, nah, Tel can F off. Wanted to go to United, but realised he couldn't, so now he's decided to come to us. Do you reckon there'll be a lot of Spurs fans who feel like that?
Maybe right now, but at the end of the day, can you really blame Tel for feeling the way he was feeling?
No.
And at the end of the day as well, like if he gives his all for these next 6 months for Tottenham Hotspur, then no one's going to care.
Absolutely, yes. Spawn. Let's see what else is there. Anything else coming through? So what number do we think, guys? Do we think he's going to be number 11?
11, it has to be.
Has to be.
Yeah, what else could he be?
Obviously, he's number 39 at Bayern.
39.
That's Tanganga's old number. Do we have a 39?
No. I think he'll be 11. I think it just makes sense.
Give him a 11. Maybe he likes 39.
Maybe. Also, I just think he's 39 at Bayern because, like, he's a young player coming through there.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe there's more to it.
Yeah, you
but-
see, look like Foden, he's 47, isn't he? He just likes that number, it looks like.
And Van der Ven 37.
Yeah.
When we could have given him a normal defender's
Yeah,
number.
could have given 5,
Could have given him 4.
4.
Daniel Staunton in the chat said there's still so much talk about Guehi.
I don't see it. Don't see it myself.
Samuel Lynch with another super chat saying, I'm so grateful to be part of the Tottenham community, and Grandpa was the epitome of that. Even though I'm from the US and never met him, I know he was a special man and loved seeing the joy he brought.
Absolutely, that's another great message. Another great message that people have sent. And he really was the epitome of our community. And I think it's. I think you can see, the community you've built. He's been such a large part of that, and that's why we have so many great people, because of how it started out, and because of my grandpa and how much all these people resonated with him, and that's the kind of people we attracted to our community, and that's why we have such a great community, I think.
Something interesting here, actually. Sami Mokbel says that AC Milan have turned down an inquiry from Crystal Palace for Pavlovic. Deal off as it stands, but Crystal Palace are going for a centre-back. Is that just to negate the Chalobah deal, or is there something going on there?
I would have thought that they would have gone for a centre-back anyway, because they haven't signed anyone since Chalobah left, I don't think, have they? So they probably would have signed one anyway, but maybe if they get more than one, or maybe there is something to it. David Ornstein just confirming now that AC Milan have reached an agreement with Chelsea for Joao Felix. They'll pay a loan fee worth 5.5 million euros. No buy option. Straight loan.
Where's he going?
AC Milan, Joao Felix. That's confirmed now.
Come on, there's got to be something else. If we sign Guehi, there's going to be scenes in here. We're not signing Guehi.
No chance. Absolutely no chance.
Also, Blay, I wanted to say as well, yesterday with the Arsenal-Man City game, their reaction yesterday to Haaland, like Skelly doing a Haaland celebration and Gabriel shouting in Haaland's face. Yeah. This is exactly what Haaland was talking about stay humble.
Can't help themselves.
Like this win, yeah, it's a great win. They've beaten Man City 5-1, an unbelievable win, but what difference is it going to make come the end of the season? Not going to make nothing.
Nothing, especially if Liverpool beat Everton in their next game. It's going to be nothing. They can do that once they've had a league title or something. Like, to do all that nonsense when you're still lagging behind in the, you're doing that to a team who've won 4 titles on the trot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they haven't won anything. So
literally, they can laugh all they want at Haaland saying stay humble, but Arsenal literally have won nothing under Arteta since the first year that he joined. They need to stay humble, man.
They do need to
Absolutely.
stay humble. If anyone that doesn't need to stay humble, it's Haaland and Man City.
They've got, exactly. He's got golden boots galore. They've won 4 on the trot.
He pointed out his golden badge at the end of the game.
Yeah, and so he should. Luke with the super chat says, Grandpa was really a bright spot in all the darkness of this club. So sorry for your loss, guys. Come on, you Spurs.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you so much.
And Danny Kiriakou, member for 47 months, says, Guehi is overrated, boys. You know what? I did think that potentially before the Euros, but I thought he was brilliant in the Euros for England. I thought he was our best defender. And it made me see Guehi in a bit of a new light, that tournament.
He's great. I love Guehi. I think he's really, really good. I don't think he's an elite centre-back. But
He's still young, though.
Yeah, he's still, what, 24? He's a very good centre-back, I would say. He's a very good centre-back. And does he get in our team when everyone's fit? I mean, I think Romero and Van der Ven potentially probably both better than him at their best, but he's also very, very consistent. And he's a very good defender. Like, I feel like in terms of pure defending in the box and that kind of stuff, like Van der Ven sometimes can be lacking in those areas. But I think Guehi's very, very good in those areas. On the ball, I think he's pretty good as well. So I think he's a really good defender.
Also, like Guehi, where does he fit in? Like, how can you go with like 4 centre backs of Guehi, Danso, Van der Ven, and Romero with Vuskovic, Phillips, and there's one more as well, and Dragoshin.
Yeah.
When Ange actually said in the summer, we don't want to buy a centre back to not block these pathways.
Yeah, so maybe one of them has to leave.
Another super chat here from Samuel Park saying, been watching We Are Tottenham TV for 5 years now, and I'm grateful to both of you and the community. Big up to you, Samuel. Thank you very much.
Big up, Samuel Park. Big up to you.
Still 2,500 people watching here on Transfer Deadline Day. 1,155 likes.
Come
so big
on.
up to the We Are Tottenham TV family. And we are all a family. I think the last 24 hours have definitely proved that.
Definitely. One big family. Bobby Dazzler on Twitter is talking to Paul O'Keefe. He said, United offered a straight loan and got rejected. What did we do that was different? And Paul O'Keefe said, Ange Postecoglou.
Yeah,
Big Ange.
But how does that make Bayern accept it? Because Bayern didn't want to accept just a straight loan, did they?
Guess we must be paying something. Maybe United can afford the loan fee.
It's very strange.
Yeah, it's all very... Yeah, I'm guessing United something fishy with the United thing. Or maybe the whole United thing was just a smokescreen to get... I don't know. Can't be, because we reportedly had a bigger bid accepted, so I don't know. I don't know what the truth is.
Man United well and truly in the mud in this transfer window, that's for sure. What else we got here? Rinkatink Sports Agenda says, sorry for your loss. You guys are proper blokes.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
And Aviv Shalom says, best wishes to you both, sending strength and love. Big up to you, Aviv. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And another one here from Andrew Din.
Big up, Andrew.
Saying, I'm surprised Lange and Levy didn't go for Dusan Vlahovic. He's being pushed out of Juventus. Imagine we have Solanke and Vlahovic as strikers next season.
Yeah, maybe one in the summer. I think
Vlahovic
now,
for Richie, I'll take that all day long.
Yeah, why not? I'll probably do that. I would probably do that.
Who starts, Vlahovic or Solanke? It's got to be Dusan, isn't it?
Does it?
I don't know.
Don't know if it has to be. I think Vlahovic is probably the better goal scorer, but I think overall you might side with Dom. You might do. I think Dom is a better all-round game potential.
I think if Vlahovic comes in here and he's back up to Solanke, he'll get very disgruntled pretty quickly.
Yeah, true. What else is going on?
A lot of people in the chat saying Vlahovic is overrated. I mean, he started life to Juventus not very well, but I think he's, in the last, like, year or two, he's been brilliant there, hasn't he?
Who?
Vlahovic. Or in the last 18 months or something.
Yeah, I don't know what's going wrong this season. He's scoring, but they just don't seem to like him. I don't know why. Don't know what. Yeah, I'm not sure. Paul O'Keefe, 1 minute ago, could be a loan, but Spurs are pushing for an option. There you go. So maybe.
But why,
they can get the option.
from Bayern's perspective, why would they not put the option in there? Because
If they're willing to let him go
permanently.
because I guess if they put the option, maybe Tel wouldn't be happy with it. That's the only thing. I don't know.
But
Maybe
like
Tel
Tel can
does-
just reject it though.
Tel could just reject it.
Because
I
if there's an
guess.
option to buy, Tel can still just not sign the contract at the end of the option, at the end of the loan. So I don't get like why there wouldn't be an option.
Yeah, I don't know if an option means they pre-agree a contract with Tel.
Isn't that an obligation?
No, because an option means if you pre-agree a contract with Tel in the event that you trigger the option, then the deal automatically goes through, kind of thing.
Well, that's an obligation with clauses.
No,
An option is
an option is
a pre-agreed transfer fee at the end of a loan.
yeah, exactly. But maybe as well, I don't know I don't know what the minutiae of options work. I don't know how, like, if there's an option, do you have a pre-agreement with the player that if we trigger this option, then it'll automatically go through, kind of thing, or is it you agree the transfer fee and then you have to negotiate with the player?
I mean, for me, what I believe an option to be, I mean, it can all be done different ways, but on the face of things, an option is at the end of the loan spell, if the two parties are happy, then, then a transfer can take place.
Yeah, exactly. But
The two parties have got to be happy, and
Yeah.
well, the three parties, really.
three, but I don't know how I'm not 100% sure how, because obviously an obligation means if certain things criteria are met, or even if they're not met, then that you have an obligation to make this transfer a permanent deal, regardless of the player. The player would have agreed to that as a contract, right? So I think they're not so. But I think with an option, I don't know if, like, because in a way, options wouldn't mean much if the player could just reject it. If you think about it, so I think the player would only agree
No,
to.
of course it would.
Huh?
Of course it would. Because it's a pre-agreed fee between the clubs.
No, I get that. But what I'm saying is, I don't know if an option, like, because usually when there's an option to buy in it, and I can't. I'm trying to think of a single thing where there's been an option and it's been triggered, but the players rejected it. Because I think I don't know if it's true, but I think maybe when there's an option to buy, there's also a pre-agreement with the player and Spurs that if this option's triggered, then it all kind of goes through. If you know what I mean, and you already have that contract lined up with the player, so like they have to kind of, I don't know if like it's already accepted if they trigger that option. I think that's maybe how it works. I don't know for sure, to be honest, but maybe it is a case that you have the option, but the player can still reject it. That might also that maybe there's the agreement there as well. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, all will be revealed very, very soon. Still a while to go till the transfer window shuts at 11 p.m. tonight. Won't be able to go live all the way till the end of the deadline, but we'll do as much as we can for you boys, or for you guys today.
Pletigol, Tel was in talks with Arsenal and Chelsea and Tottenham. In the end, Spurs presented him the best project.
Well, for 6
What?
months.
Come on! Who's the biggest club in North London now, people?
What does that even mean, the best project? Probably the most playing time.
I guess so. Spurs presented the best project. Come on, people. Come on. What are we rating this window if it ended right now? Well, right now he hasn't been announced yet. Come on.
I still think whatever you rate this window, it has to go down 5 marks just because of the timing of everything.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just reality because, as I've said, you know, the fact that we've left it till deadline, as much as it's great, and there's also that bit of exhilaration getting the deals done on deadline day and all that kind of stuff.
We needed deals in a month ago.
Yeah, it's really cost us. We've lost 4 league games, and that didn't have to be that way. So we've basically given up our league season essentially to get a few million off in these deals. That's the truth. So on that basis, you can't rate it that highly. But if these guys make a big difference to us doing well in the cup competitions, then there have to be a lot of credit given, of course, if we can win some trophies off the back of these. But we're putting a lot of bloody, a lot of emphasis on having to win a trophy now with how we've done our business, essentially. It's going to be all on these trophies, albeit our cup record this season has been very good.
Well, clearly, because we're still in all of them.
Yeah.
The only cup game we've lost this season is Galatasaray.
Yeah, that's the only one.
Fiorentina have bought Zaniolo on loan.
Remember we were losing our minds about getting him in. Good times. Let's see. Guess we won't get any announcement until a lot later.
In terms of purely the player that we've bought in, I mean, it's been a very good window in terms of that sense. You're looking at Danso, Tel, Kinski. Have we ever brought in 3 players in the January transfer window before?
We bought in Bentancur and Decky. Was anyone else coming in that window?
I don't think so. Or did we sign someone very early on in that window?
I'm trying to think. Definitely Bentancur, Decky. I think it might have been just those 2.
Longley wasn't that window, was he?
That was summer. We can see on transfer market all our. I'm trying to think if we've ever signed 3 in a January. I think maybe under Harry Redknapp we did.
Saha, Nelson. Did we bring anyone else in that window?
We did one window where we signed Defoe. We signed Robbie Keane, Chimbonda, Palacios. It was like a crazy window, that one. But this has definitely been up there with a busy one. One of our busiest Januaries, I think. Let's see, transfers.
Oh, Sammy, put the camera on him. I need to pop off for a sec.
Well, we signed Danjuma and Porro 1 January. We signed Bergwijn and Jedson. That wasn't a great January. Yeah, pretty quiet usually in Januaries. Just looking. Right, what else are you guys saying? Just waiting for more news to filter through. Brian's sent a super chat. Big up Brian. He says, let me get it up. A player that wasn't coming now is a top centre-back PR stunt and a Beyonce concert announced. Wow, what a club, what a deadline day, and who knows what's next. Big up, Brian. We all know it's all part of the bullshit production that is Tottenham Hotspur. But look, looks like this guy is generally coming, so that'll be nice. That'll be lovely. Let's see what other people were saying about this deal. Anything else? Some reports still suggesting Tottenham are pushing for an option in the deal, which would be very interesting if that was to be agreed. Lee B says, rate season if we sign Tel and win a cup plus mid-table. Depends what cup. If we win Europa League, mid-table, and we sign Tel, pretty solid season, that I would say. Like a solid 8 out of 10. Carabao, mid-table, and Tel, probably like a 5. FA Cup, mid-table, and Tel, probably give it like a 6. That's what I would say.
Oh. Put it back on the other screen. Who fancies some Tottenham bingo while we're waiting?
Well, let's read the super chat. Missing Checha. Could Tel get the number 11 since Hill is still technically at the club? It's a good point. I don't know. I don't know if that's... Is that why as well no one can get Højbjerg because technically he's still there?
Yeah, that's a
Maybe.
good point. Anyone fancy it? Tottenham bingo?
Yeah.
It was Galini, they're saying, that came in with Kulu.
I don't think he came in Jan.
Oh, he came in the summer,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think he came in summer.
Can I connect my phone?
Read your message.
Your message?
Yeah.
What message?
No, on the HQ, I think.
Oh. I've got one in my bag. We could another one. Oh my god. Jesus, guys.
Wow.
First from Tom saying, big up boys, moving to Thailand but will be joining the fan cams again. Levy has finally listened. I mean, don't speak
I
too
don't
soon
know
yet.
about that.
Don't
What?
speak too soon yet. Joey J says, been conflicting season as an Aussie living in Korea, but I wouldn't have it any other way. We were on the up just at the right time of the season. Imagine being a United supporter. Condolences to you boys and the fam. Big up to you, Joey. And Kevin says, you mentioned the window when we signed Palacios. That's when I became a Spurs fan. I'm from Honduras. Come on, you
very
Spurs.
nice. Back in 2009. That was a great, that was a good times. That was crazy times. Harry Redknapp, 2 points from 8 games. Wilson came in and saved our season. Great times.
I'll start. Let me connect my phone and then you can go down. It's time for some bingo, people, while we wait for some transfer news to filter through. There we go. Sim, can you put that link in the chat? Push
Where
it
is
through.
it? Wow. Tiki.
There we go. We are Tottenham TV, Tottenham bingo, people. Get involved. We haven't played this in a while. So we're going to put the link in the live chat very, very soon.
But QR code is on screen if you want to join. The way it works is you get a bingo card, players pop up, you got to match them with the countries they played for, or teams, or a team that they've played with, or manager or a player, whatever you get on your bingo card. And you must use your skips, because if you don't use your skips, then it's very unlikely that you'll
Join 1 sec.
end up winning.
GXL. Is that 0 or O? Okay. Yeah. Alright, let me join. There you go, put it in.
Sammy's pulling through for the team once again. Some more super chats here. One from Christopher saying, "Are we still Levy out? Sorry for your loss. Big love." Yes, we are. Well, I am anyway. And Eddie Scott saying, "Can you do a video rating every Spurs window since the year 2000?"
God, all right, we'll do it. Sure, maybe not right now, but
We got 70 people in here with bingo. Who else wants to join, people? The name of the game is Beat Sim.
all right. How many people are we in?
82.
Oh, it's a biggie. It's a biggie.
Who remembers what the biggest game of bingo that we've had on this?
Over 100. I remember 100 and something. Come on, everyone in. Everyone in. You can click the link. You can scan the QR code.
91. $96. If we get part 99, 100.
Go on. All night to stream, fellas. Come on, says Charlie Vale.
I would love to, but it's not possible today, unfortunately. Mr. Post Office, the code is on screen. Oh, there we go. The code is on screen there.
Let's see. 123 is that? 123 people. Come on, everyone in. What someone said? We're not getting to see. Yeah, we're not getting to sassy. We'll keep you updated with anything.
130.
130. Can we get to 200? 200 gamer bingo.
Come on, there's literally 2,000 people watching on this stream. Surely we can get to like... Join, guys, join. QR code is on screen if you want to join. The link was in the live chat. Did you put it in the live chat, the link?
Yeah, I didn't. I should have pinned it.
Oh, I've got it here. I'll pin it. Oh, I can't pin it.
You can't pin it.
No, there's something wrong with my browser.
Oh, I've done it. There you go. Pin to the chat.
The link is pinned to the live chat, guys. All you need to do is click that link, put your name in, and join. Got 149 people in here with us. Any more transfer news?
Maybe.
173.
Do you reckon we'll see a DISASI U-turn?
Hope not.
Could be the day of the U-turn.
I want the Guehi U-turn.
Tel, I think, have just posted, apparently, the train at Hotspur Way.
Wow.
Or was that his agent? Well, he's with his agent anyway.
$180 people in here with us. Another super chat here from George saying, what Enoch and Levy have done to the club is indefensible. Do not let the better developments of the last 24 hours make you forget it. Levy and Enoch out.
Plettenberg on Sky Germany said, Mathys Tel is not a winger, he is a striker, and he is joining Tottenham to get game time. 2 or 3 days ago, he told Levy that Tottenham was not the right step for him and he didn't feel the project. He then had negotiations with Man United and then decided to join Spurs. He considered after Tottenham presented the deal that he could get game time.
So basically he was like, Tottenham's a shit show, I'm not going there. Then he looks at Man United and was like, this is an even bigger shit show. I ain't going there.
Take you back to Tottenham. Mario Lemina is going to Galatasaray.
What, from Wolves?
For $2.5 million.
191 people in bingo. I think we'll get to the 200 mark and we'll press the button.
193, incredible.
Bobby K with the super chat says, much love, boys. Rest in peace, Grandpa. You will be missed. Yeah, that's definitely true.
Big up. Big up, Bobby K. It's Bobby K. It's Bobby K.
It's Bobby K.
Big up, Bobby.
198, 199, 200. Unreal. 200 of you have joined out of 2,000 people watching. And let's go, guys. We're going to play.
All right, let's do it.
People are still joining, though. 202. 203. All right, 204. 205. Keeps going. 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. I wonder what the biggest game of bingo is on this website.
I have to ask them. Did we break a record?
just asked him. Let's see if he gets back to me. I want to break it.
Maybe Tel just saw that we're not getting relegated. It was after that one win. He was like, that's it. They're not going down. I can join them now. Maybe he's too worried about belonging in the championship.
Well, that only matters if it's a permanent.
He's just updating about Nico Gonzalez undergoing a medical ahead of his move to Man City.
$222 people in here with us. The bingo. He basically said, Tel, whoever wins this weekend out of Man United and Spurs, I'm going to.
All right, shall we? 225 late comers. Let's start. I need to go out, says Lees.
All right, we're going to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go. Let's go. Go on, you Spurs. God.
Oh, I've had a mare here. Gonna end with 3 left. Same 3 as me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
What number are you down to? I'm currently leading. Oh, you did exactly the same as me.
You did it quicker. 39.
I bet you we did exactly the same. How many people have finished? 105 people have finished. Wow, so many on 0 points. Not possible to
Didn't
get 0
use your
points.
skips. Didn't use the skips.
Sean,
Sean on 39 as well. It's exactly the same time as me.
so did you have Steed Malbronk and Benoit Suakoto?
Yeah.
Danjuma Bournemouth?
Yeah.
Alfie Con?
Yeah.
Wayne Routledge?
Mhm.
Sheringham
Yeah.
at Forest? Danny Murphy, Martin Yole?
Yeah.
Tony Galvin, Ireland?
Oh, Gary Doherty.
Casey Keller, Leicester?
Ben Anick.
Scott Parker, Newcastle?
Yeah.
Ricky Villa, Argentina?
Yeah.
Richarlison, Everton?
Yeah.
Cundy for Chelsea?
Yeah.
And Lee Barnard for Southampton?
Yeah.
Nearly.
Nearly all of them except for Doherty and Anick.
That's incredible. Is anyone going to beat us? $144 people have finished. 4 people are at the top with 39 points. Ice Snack, Sean, me and Sim.
Ice snack.
Phil P on 36 points. Minton Rice on 36 points.
Concentration.
It's a bingo game with about 230 people.
Jeez.
It's a big old bingo game. And 150 have finished at the moment.
Is that for Sim?
Yeah.
Cool. Deadline day special.
Thank you, mate.
Reading the secrets of deadline day. Oh. Pass the straw. Fabrizio going live soon on YouTube, someone said.
Doesn't beat a We Are Tottenham TV
Did you not get
stream.
me a...
You mind that?
No, what, a hamburger?
Oh shit.
D.
You can have my double chili cheeseburger.
What? No, what you got?
I've got a mayo chicken and chicken nugget.
Jeez. Alright. I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'll say.
Still no one can beat 39 points.
Triple, is this? God. Mmm. It's good. Adrian Clark says, Sim is pissed. You're absolutely right. I'm actually not now. I'm actually loving this. This is awesome. ASMR, people say. This is transfer day. Got it on stream. Is there a water there?
Oh, thank you, man. 165 people. I don't know if any more people are going to finish. Looks like I win this one. Another super chat here. From Firuta Frandes. I'm so sorry for your loss, guys. I lost a good friend recently myself, and I'm looking forward every day to your videos and enjoy every single one of them. Feels like being part of the family. And you are part of the family, my friend, and so sorry for your loss.
That's heartbreaking to hear, man.
Thank
Hope
you
you're
very
doing
much
okay.
for the super chat.
And we're here. If you ever want to talk, here we are. You can see us on stream. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for sending in that chat.
Any news filtering through, Sim?
Nothing at the moment. Just refreshing. Well, Himothy says Tel is at Hotspur Way.
Big up, Timothy.
Come on, Himothy. What a guy. At the moment, what else is going? Fagioli could be joining Fiorentina.
No attacking player coming in for Arsenal.
Doesn't look like it. Unless there's another U-turn for Tel. Luke Littler is going to be live on the United stand.
Really? Any Spurs darts players? Spurs fans?
Don't know. Anyone? I don't know. Luke
Andrew
Littler
Kellogg
joining.
says, can we do another bingo?
You could. Just see if there's anything else. Chelsea have agreed a deal to sign Saint Etienne midfielder Mathys Amugu.
Who?
Mathys Amugu. Let me see this guy. Mathys Amugu. How old do we think he is?
20?
19. He has played 17 times for Saint Etienne though this season, so is this a first team signing, it looks like?
Someone says, can we do a Tottenham Kahoot? What's Kahoot?
Tottenham Kahoot. Don't know what Kahoot is. Central midfielder.
Ah, that was food that was desperately needed. So thank you very much, Sammy.
Christ, I want fries now. Someone said.
All right,
Good
let's get
fight.
into another game of bingo.
Come on. Kahoot is a quiz. Oh, I remember those quizzes.
There you go.
Chelsea has, what, 70 players now? Something like that.
So in Matt Law's update that says Chelsea have signed Kahoot, there's just a picture of
Watkins.
Watkins.
Yeah, that's the like deadline day thing.
Oh, Ollie Watkins. They're expecting a movement from Ollie Watkins.
Nah.
Nico Gonzalez is currently doing his medical at Manchester City. West Ham have recalled James Ward-Prowse.
What's happened to him? He's just... Since leaving... Oh, another super chat.
James Kunkel saying, I've been watching you for years from the US. Love y'all and the channel. I'm so sorry for your loss. Life is precious and every moment with loved ones is a gift. Praying for you all. Big up to you, James. Thank you very much.
Big up, James. That's a great message as well. Fantastic. All the messages of support have been unbelievable. Really been unbelievable. There's a new game, is there? I'll click the link one sec.
Sonny J says, take a break if you need to eat.
But never. No breaks. No rest for the wicked.
Michael Georgiou with the super chat saying, I'm dearly sorry for your loss, guys. Your grandpa was so humble and joyful to watch. When I visit my family in London, I hope to have a beer with you.
That'd be lovely. That'd be really nice, Michael. And thank you. And so grateful that you found him so joyful to watch. That means a lot to us. Why isn't it working? What's going on?
Oh, here we go.
DISASI U-turn?
Yep.
What?
Tottenham's bid to take Axel DISASI has been resurrected, but we still need to find a final agreement from the player.
Here we go.
Matt Law.
DISASI U-turns, people. Unbelievable. I told you it's the day of the U-turn. It's the day of the U-turn. Wow.
DISASI U-turn. So if Kolo Muani didn't join Juventus, he probably would be joining us today.
Now. Let's see if, look, there doesn't show any indication that it's back on really. It just said, looks like they're getting back in contact. Maybe they got word from DISASI that he would be open to it.
Is he really that slow? Sammy?
Can I need,
We got a Chelsea fan in the back end. He can tell us all.
you
about
asking, can I
DISASI.
really not be happy at all about this? Like, not even a bit.
Can there be something about me that's a little? Give me one positive about DISASI.
He played, I thought he was better right back than he was at centre back.
He can play right back.
Yeah.
Okay, something to go on.
He was a lot better right back. Basically.
He stinks. Rob Holding is going to Sheffield United.
Rob Holding.
So Axel DISASI deal is back on, apparently. They've gone scrambling around looking for centre-backs.
Anyone else reporting it?
Not yet. Trying to find anything about this DISASI deal. Nothing from Fabrizio. So, I mean, it says it's just missing the player's approval. That's all it was before.
Before, yeah,
what's
same
the
thing.
difference?
Maybe we've moved away, and maybe we've come back saying maybe we think we
Any
can.
chance now?
Yeah, no, it's
Look,
been a few hours.
tell study U-turn. Do you not want to Axel?
Exactly. Look what you've been missing out on. Look what Mathys Tel decided to do.
It's a smoke screen for Guehi. So Tottenham are attempting to sign Axel DISASI again. Surely we can't get rejected by DISASI twice in the same window.
We can. There's no limits to the amount of rejections we can get. Timothy is saying he wants to start a hashtag no to DISASI.
I don't like all that. Middlesbrough have rejected a £12 million offer from Porto for Hayden Hackney.
Porto. Yeah, what happened to him? He was like the talk of the town a year ago.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good. Okay.
Well, I guess we'll come back to the DISASI story. Let's bring up the bingo again. The link is pinned to the top of the live chat. We've got 56 people in the game. The comment here says, when Ange knocks, it's a different kind of knock.
Oh, well, I'm not in it. And just seems to have a way of convincing people, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That's what it seems.
We're convincing people in all facets. Kept convincing Levy to keep him in a job. Convincing players to come to the club.
Very convincing.
It's that Australian charm, mate. This Arsenal account tracked Tel's flight.
Oh. Thanks, mate.
Mm. 76 people joined. We'll get to 100 guys now, and I'll hit the button.
DISASI's numbers aren't bad, at least.
What numbers are good?
All of them, apart from tackles.
Lee Anderson with the super chat. Great channel as always. Grandpa was a legend. Rest in peace.
Absolutely. Absolutely was.
$83 people. So Spurs Express saying you can only register 3 players in Europa League squad for the second phase of the competition. So Spurs signed DISASI he would either be ineligible to play in 3 out of 4 competitions, or standout performer Jed Spence would likely remain out. Has he got any kind of minutes for Chelsea this season, DISASI?
Yeah, he's played, hasn't he?
Played a couple of times.
He has played 6 games, 4 starts.
It's different now. I mean, Chelsea would be pretty much like, when have we done a deal with Chelsea in recent years?
Yeah, Chelsea are different. Aren't they? They're very open to anyone buying their players.
Tell on TV.
97 people in the bingo. $99. One more join now. There we go. 100. I'm going to start the game now.
Let's go.
Oh, fuck. Did Stefan Freund play with Nap?
I think so, yeah.
I double guessed myself. Oh, Marlon comes in with the bingo.
Why am I not getting any Everton players? Shit.
You missed him.
Who?
Did you not have Louis Saha?
Put him in French.
Oh.
Ah! Got one off, unless I've got one of them wrong. Oh, what? Got 2 of them wrong. Oh, gone. I missed it now. Can't see what I did. It's annoying. Oh no, I can. Huddleston never played for Forest.
No. Who'd you put in City?
Paul Miller. Did he never play for City?
Huddleston played for Derby, not Forest.
Ah, Derby. Derby and Wolves. Do you know? I swear I remember him in a Forest kit.
Marlon comes in with the bingo. Unbelievable. I was a Stefan Freund and Redknapp away from a bingo.
No, I never played. Oh, he was at his Forest in his youth career. Never played for them. It's annoying. Paul Miller. Why did I think Paul Miller was at City?
You're thinking Paul Stewart. Paul Stewart played for Man City.
Yeah. Well done, Marlon. Congrats. Did it quickly as well. I'm 31. Did it very quickly.
That's incredible, Marlon. Marlon, what is this sorcery, man?
Since when was he good at bingo? Is that always...
Marlon, he always comes in with this. Nobody knows he's playing, and then he just suddenly pops up with a bingo.
See. Out of nowhere.
Here he is on the chat saying, working hard.
Here we go. DISASI has been reluctant to move across London to Spurs, says Sammy Mockbell. He says Tottenham still. Oh, is Tottenham trying to revive the deal for Chelsea defender DISASI as a search for a new centre-back player has been reluctant to move across. So looks like a few reports now that DISASI deal could be getting resurrected.
Not one person has said any sort of willingness from DISASI to actually move to Spurs, though.
Yep. Agreed. That is true.
Eintracht Frankfurt are trying to bring in Missy Batshuayi.
Missy Batshuayi.
Tel is going to bloody Spurs. Spurs offer to buy Tel. He rejects them like a bloody trophy does. Then Man United agree personal terms. Then buy
This one's hurting Man United
I
fans.
can tell
today.
he's crying here.
deal. Now he's flying to Spurs to go on loan. So he rejects Spurs on a permanent deal. He agrees to come to Man United on loan. Bayern say no, you can't do a loan deal. Man United out of the race. Now he's going to bloody Spurs on loan. Manchester United in 2025 are a bottom half table team being rejected by Spurs. Can you get any bloody lower than that? What a bunch of crap. Absolutely ridiculous. And they
Love that.
Man United fans
So
are
funny.
absolutely on the brink, people. Mathys Tel is joining Tottenham Hotspur, and there could be more players coming in. Another super chat here saying, sunshine on Spurs. Hey guys, I'm so sorry for your loss. My grandfather passed away a couple of weeks ago. It's very tough, but your commitment is incredible. So big up. Side note, the tell me why chant is needed. Big up to you, Sunshine on Spurs, and I'm so sorry for your loss, my friend. Really am. But we know what you're going through. So it looks as though the bingo game has finished, and Marlon, the clear winner.
All right, Marlon.
Me and Philly in second. Sim, BSD, Tomo,
There's a lot of third
Jetpley,
place, yeah.
My Shady, Zek Spurs, Spurs fan account, all in third. Tell me why ain't nothing but a loan deal.
Say no to Man United. Tell me why.
Come on. Go get Mark Guehi done. Enough of this Axel Disassi rubbish. Ryan Cherky deal to Borussia Dortmund is off. Come on, what's going on here? Are we bringing someone in?
We're definitely one person in. We just need one more U-turn. Get Tamori out the woodwork.
Yeah, that would be nice actually. Tamori.
Get a nice Tamori U-turn.
So much prefer Tamori than Disassi.
Mm-hmm.
What is it with Tamori? Why would he not want to join us? He's doing nothing at AC Milan.
Apparently, under new manager, he feels like he could play. People are saying the Disassi resurrection is a smokescreen.
Bloody well hope so.
Was the Guehi bid a smokescreen for the Tel U-turn? Tons of Mathys Tel. We can have a little look into him. Matthias. Look at some numbers. Be interesting.
What numbers do you want to look at?
Yeah, just look at the graphs. See how he stacks up. So he usually plays as a winger.
Connect
So
your...
yeah, let's connect it. Connect to 5k.
I'll disconnect my phone. Let's look at Danso as well.
We'll look at Danso. I'll look at Danso as well. It says similar players to Mathys Tel, and there's Sonny.
What did I say to you? I said this guy is going to be our long-term Sonny replacement if we bring him in.
Well, if we can get him on a permanent.
Yeah. I've been live for nearly 4 hours. Been fruitful in terms of Mathys Tel. Can we get one more in? I think we can. I just hope it's not at DISASI.
Why is DISASI so reluctant to come to Tottenham?
Because he doesn't want to go back to Chelsea after donning the Spurs shirt.
Is that why? Well, Chelsea don't care, so why should he? Have you connected it?
You connected it.
All right, let's go see these numbers of Mathys Tel. Is it connected? All right, let's do this.
Can you see properly? Shall I make you small?
Just
Okay.
just put the graphs in there, and you can just take out that camera because it's just blocking it.
You don't want to see yourself.
There's something breaking on Sky Sports. I don't know.
See the numbers?
Yeah, let's go and see the numbers that back up Mathys Tel. Let's see what he's all about, people.
All right, so that's how his graph looks. So this is him in the last 365 days up against all other kind of attacking mids and wingers for his position. So what's a bit concerning is the key passes, shot creating actions numbers are quite low, which would tell me maybe he's not the most creative winger, which is actually which actually backs up what Plettenberg was saying, that he said he's not a winger, he's a striker, and maybe that kind of backs it up when you look at those numbers, the fact that he's quite low for kind of chances created and chances created and shot creating actions. He's much higher for goal creating actions, and in terms of take-ons, shots on target, his XG, his non-penalty goals is fairly high. Pass into the penalty area is decent. Progressive passes received is good, which means he gets into a lot of kind of like really good positions. But his as you can see, take-ons, he's a good dribbler, very good with his take-ons. Carries into penalty area good, but carries into the final third and progressive carries and pretty average. So I think he's definitely good at taking people on, but when it comes to just like carrying it into general space, he likes to do it more near the penalty area than kind of in the final third. Obviously, this is just how he plays for Bayern. Maybe for Tottenham, he'll play in a different way. But he definitely doesn't seem like the most creative. He definitely seems a bit more of a goal scorer on that wing than someone who sets up chances. That's what that would tell me.
There's some quotes here actually from Thierry Henry on Mathys Tel, who obviously managed him.
And he says he does extraordinary things when he enters a match. You see it. Already he's scoring goals. When he comes on, he always faces forward. And even if he plays only for 1 minute, he creates 2 chances. It's still quite impressive, especially considering his minutes. High praise there from Thierry.
Yeah, but he definitely does seem, by the numbers tell me, he definitely seems a bit more of a forward than a winger. Let me see how he... So that's him as a forward. Obviously, he's not had the best of time for Bayern over the last kind of...
Look at those numbers from last season. Can you do that?
Yeah. Bundesliga 23-24. So
It's similar.
no, a lot better actually.
Yeah, I thought so, because he hasn't had a good season this year in terms of...
A lot better. The
He
take
performed
on
a lot better last season than he did this season.
So this is like him last season. Well, I think he got 12 goals, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Still, again, his the worst metrics of his are his key passes and shot creating actions. So again,
What percentile is he in?
21st percentile for key passes are very low. Shot creating actions still above average, but 65th percentile. But again, his strongest ones are for his goal scoring or shots on target, his non-penalty goals, his XG plus XA. Take-ons, again, very high. Carries, his carrying is a lot better last season than it was this season. Progressive pass received, so all still pretty good. Let me see if we just... Oh, let me see, 1 sec. Just a normal winger. Let me see what that comes out as. So, again, yeah, key passes low. Assists, though, quite high. So, didn't do quite well for chances created, but did get a few assists. His XGA is average, so maybe he overperformed his XGA with the amount of
Because
assists
he's got Harry Kane in the box, that's
Oh,
why.
probably. Crosses into the box, though. Does put a lot of crosses in, 84th percentile. Passes into the penalty area, touches quite high. Progressive pass received. So I think there's definitely look, you got to remember this kid's only 19, so definitely a lot of scope for improvement. And in terms of what we want for a winger, someone who's, you know, dynamic on that touchline, who's able to take people on, get to that byline, put crosses in. He clearly can do that. I think he's definitely got to work on creating more chances, because that's something he needs to work on. I think he clearly is pretty good at like getting into those areas, but by the looks of things, he's more likely to take a shot and go for goal himself than maybe set up a chance for his teammate. And that's obviously something he needs to improve if he's going to play on the left-hand side for us.
Can you compare him to our current wingers?
Yeah. If, let's say, I was comparing him to, let's say, Sonny, I have to go to Son.
Or even like Richarlison as a forward?
It's difficult to do it as a forward because his Tel's metrics will be for a winger. He doesn't have forward metrics. He didn't play that much up front. So that is Tel versus Son. Tel's in the red. Son is in the blue. Let me actually do Son this season because I didn't do that 1 minute. Son 24-25, still pretty good. Wow. Compared to Tel, so Son still ahead by quite a bit. But
What's the ones in the
take-ons
bottom left?
though? Take-ons. That's take-ons. Tel's better at dribbling. Carries into the penalty area. Progressive carries, he's better. But look at that, key passes. Obviously, Son creates way more chances. Shot creating actions as well. Son is just well
Son
ahead.
does what, like 2-3 key passes a game?
But Tel gets a lot more crosses in though. Obviously, assists actually are quite similar. XGA, Son's ahead. If we're looking for like an inside kind of forward, then he takes more shots than Son. but Son gets a much higher percentage of his on target. Goal to shot, actually very similar. That means he's quite clinical, Tel. Well, last season he was anyway. Goal to shot on target, Tel's actually more clinical than Son. Says here. Non-penalty XG per shot. So Sonny takes shots which have a higher XG points. Stacks up fairly well, I would say, to Son.
Comparing to Brennan.
Compared to Brennan, see, compare. I mean, yeah.
He's miles better than Brennan.
He's miles better than Brennan.
Wow, look at that.
Pretty much everything except for non-penalty XG. Yeah, Brennan is not the best at the data, I don't think.
Well, compare him to Timo.
Timo. Timo's actually data's really good.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Timo's in blue.
Timo's data is better than Tel.
Tel's better with the take-ons, but Timo's actually quite good. Key passes, very good with this carrying, which he always performs well at. His XG, XGA, and assists. How many assists has Timo got? Oh, because
Is this last season Timo or this season?
this season Timo performs very well with the data. That's why maybe they keep him around. That's why they signed him, I think. But how many assists has he got? That doesn't make sense. Because how can he be near the top for the assists? Timo.
How many assists has he got? 3?
Has he got 3?
Yeah, 3.
What, in the Prem?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm guessing Tel last season, how many assists did he get?
Everyone in the comments saying, send Tel back.
Send him back. Okay. Other ones, Odebear, but I
Timo
don't...
fudges the data, though. It makes me just not believe in data.
Well, the thing is with Timo is he performs well in the data, but when it comes to it, like he's got high XG and stuff, but when it comes to it, he just doesn't really have the quality. But shot reactions is high. Look, data can only tell you part of the story. That's the truth. Can't tell you the full story. But I think it's sometimes it's interesting to see.
Let's have a look at Kevin Danso against our 3 centre-backs.
So Danso,
And then maybe DISASI as well.
so let's doing it as a ball-playing defender. See that's quite strong. That's quite a strong graph. Obviously, defenders, yes, sometimes it's difficult to measure them, but he's very aggressive, good with the aerial duels. Look, dribblers tackle, that's a very good one. That means 1-on-1 defending. He gets a high proportion of them. Pass completion, though, not great. That could be better, but progressive passing, passes into the final third, carries, all pretty good. Amount of touches he gets is good. So it's a pretty strong graph for a ball-playing defender. If I look at him for just a normal centre-back, blocks a lot of shots. Short passes, he's not great with his short passing. It seems his pass completion is
I've seen a lot of clips
not
of
the
him though, with his
best.
long passing looking really good.
medium's decent. Progressive passes, though, his progressive passes seems pretty good. He performs quite a few per game. If we compare, let's do it as a ball-playing defender. I think, yeah, performs quite well with that. If we compare him to like Kuti, yeah, I mean, well, Danso is better in the air, and he's clear. It looks like he's better in like tackling dribblers one-on-one in one-on-one.
Red.
Yeah, but Kuti's kind of better at everything else.
Yeah.
But that's, yeah, aerially we know that's one of Danso's biggest strengths.
He's going to be our best defender in the air.
Yeah, I think so. If we compare him to, let's say, Dragoshin. But he performs actually quite similarly to Romero, just a bit worse at like a lot of things. Yeah, so there you go. Dragoshin is in the red. Sorry, Danso's in the red, and Dragoshin's in the blue.
Smashes Dragoshin in the data.
Yeah.
What's that little peak that Dragoshin's better at?
Progressive passing distance. That's just the length of the progressive passes he makes. That's the only thing. And the other thing is touches. Everything else, Danso's like a lot better than, seems to perform a lot better than that.
Compare him to DISASI. Let's see where DISASI stacks.
Sassy's in the blue. Oh, 1 minute. Oh, well, I can't do it this season. That's fine. Just do it like that.
So DISASI's in the blue.
Mm-hmm.
What is that thing that he's poor at? The
Here.
bottom, yeah, right and left.
Tackles, interceptions. So it doesn't perform that many of them compared to Danso, a lot more aggressive. DISASI beats him in the air as well. Stronger than him in the air. Better pass completion. But Danso makes a few more passes into the final third. DISASI doesn't perform too badly in the data, to be fair.
That's probably why we're going for him.
The data-led approach.
Super chat here from Tommy Castillo saying, question, if we really wanted Tel or Danso, why did it take 30 days and 3 rejections to get them in? It's a panic buy approach from me. Your thoughts?
If we're really sorry,
If we really wanted Tel and Danso, why did it take us 30 days to get them in?
save money.
We only realised we wanted them a week ago.
We wanted to save money. We wanted to get them for cheaper deals. See what else is going on. We can compare him to Van de Ven. Let's go Van de Ven. Yeah, Mickey. He's better. Seems like Danso's better the off the ball stuff, and Mickey's better the on the ball stuff. Basically, how that data tracks up.
Sam C is now saying that Tottenham want to revive the DISASI deal.
Here we go. But so, who's Chelsea's centre back's going to be? They got Chalobah back, I guess. So Chalobah, Colwell,
Fofana, but he's injured.
Fofana, Badiashile. Who else is there? Is that it? Not amazing options.
Well, I mean, that's their weakest area of the squad, isn't it? By far. And goalkeeper. So their last time out against Man City, they played Colwill Chalobah.
Chalobah, they were desperate to get rid of in the summer.
DISASI's been their like Conference League centre back.
Hmm. Van de Ven is good. Well, I think Danso definitely has his, good strengths. Put it that way.
So does Timo, according to the data.
Well, he does have his strengths.
Not that it puts much use in our team,
No,
because every player has their strengths.
it's true.
That's why they're professionals.
Yeah. You have to be good at something, you'd hope. All right.
Still 1,800 of you watching, guys. It doesn't
Well, you
look
can
like
take that
much.
off.
What?
Yeah, you can take it off.
Doesn't look like there is much happening. Maybe we'll come back on if something happens.
Yeah. We're just waiting for like announcements, or maybe DISASI. We'll see if there's a genuine resurrection of the deal, or is it a mad dash to try and get that over the line.
Yeah, we're going to leave it there for now, guys, but hopefully something does sort of materialise with a centre-back. DISASI is the most obvious choice at the moment, but I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart from all the super chats that you've sent in today, all the messages and kind words that have been sent in our direction. In this current moment in time, Mathys Tel is at Hotspur Way. DISASI could be being revived. We'll have to wait and see about that one, but it looks as though at a bare minimum it will be at least Mathys Tel coming through the door, whether it be a loan, permanent. Looks like a loan at this moment in time. But yeah, once again, thank you so much. I know my family will be watching and they'll be very happy when, just to see these kind words and how the Tottenham, We Are Tottenham family has, gathered around us today in the last 24 hours and sent so many nice words and messages. But we'll see you all very soon. Window shuts at 11 o'clock tonight. We've only got probably a couple more hours where we're able to make content today. So hopefully something happens before then. But we'll see you all very soon. Like, subscribe and comment. And as always, come on you Spurs.